are the bio-based initiative. And it's been 10 years that it's going on. I hope that will be fruitful with the collaborations on different fields, biomaterials and biofuels. So we invited colleagues from three different fields, so the forestry and biomaterials, so from chemistry and engineering. And so each one's going to present each one bit of what they do. Some of them are going to present in the afternoon as we visit the facilities. And we have also a company that's supporting our meeting here, the Biofuels. Thank you very much, Wilson and Isaac, for the support. And it's also a company that's willing to collaborate. And I'm sure there are so many others willing also to collaborate in public-private partnership. That's the way we also work with initiative. And it's a company from Minas Gerais, so that's also interesting because it can connect with public need, for instance, in projects that could be private-public partnerships developed towards biomaterials and biofuels. So we have a program, proposal program. Obviously, we can always include topics if you are willing to that level of the audience, if you need to have more discussions. And to get started, I'd like each one to introduce yourself, short presentation, the name, how we work with the institution, so that we can connect that each other. So I'm Flavio, my field is biomaterials and or biofuels, but I work with bio. I work with biological control practices. I serve as Director of International Affairs here at our university, and we are here to make it happen, to make this collaboration happen. So, as Office of International Affairs, we work with collaboration, so we understand the needs of the partners, and we connect with the either the research group that is willing to collaborate, and we make it happen in sense of cooperation agreements. Okay, so that's our job. Mine, Eric, as representing the team, and all other colleagues that we are going to be later on.
My name is Philip Van I'm a professor at the Zuid University of Applied Science, and my main topic is all chemistry materials, but I'm the head of the research group, research group, and I'm just going to present a bit later.
I had information that we need to speak in the microphone because we are broadcasting it to the YouTube channel, so we hear ourselves, but you don't hear us. I think so. Yeah, it's push to speak. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. It won't amplify the sound. It's just a matter of the computer to you won't need to push it. Just speaking to us.
No, speak closely.
Just talk closer. It won't amplify the sound. It's just the computer to hear.
Okay, so very nice. Gina, do you want to say? So I'm Miao Miao Zhou. I'm the associate professor in smart fermentation. My background is bioinformatics. I'm actually a data scientist. We try to use big data and molecular data to improve fermentation technology and use genetic modification in order to produce desired high-value chemical compounds. So that's my work. And
okay, hello, good morning everyone. My name is Qian Zhou. I'm from Advanced Applied University, same as Miao Miao, and my specialty is solid waste stream valorization via pyrolysis and solvolysis.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tosca van Hooy. I'm working, like Gino, in Zuid University of Applied Science, and my field, I'm a polymer technologist, and I'm working in the field of circular polymeric materials.
Hello everyone, my name is Paulo. I'm from the Department of Forest Science, I work on wood, charcoal, cellulose pulp, panels, and other biomaterials linked to forest sector. So it's a pleasure to be here in this meeting with you. Welcome.
Morning. My name is Thiago Protásio. It's a pleasure to meet you. My expertise is bioenergy production, especially thermochemical and the mechanical process. Welcome in your university. I the Department of Forest Science.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Umberson. I'm a phytopathologist, and in this moment I am researcher in BioWorld company, and basically we produce machines, bioreactors, and some solutions to control pests and to increase the production of the plants.
Good morning. My name is Isaac, CEO Bio Company.
Hi everyone, good morning. Welcome all here. I am from the Department of Chemistry and I work with some catalysis in the catalysis field, but I work with a lot of waste materials from biomaterials, mainly with hydrochars and pyrolysis materials as a support for catalysts or direct catalysts.
Good morning, my name is Noelle. I work at the International Office with Professor Flávio. Welcome to UFLA.
Good morning, I am Cristiane. I'm a professor from Department of Chemical and Materials Engineering. And as a researcher, I work with environmental issues in order to prevent environmental problems, control the pollution, and issues considering decarbonization. So we work in converting biomass and biofuels.
It's a former member of the Office of International Affairs.
Yes, for 3 years. Yes, thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Vinicius de Macedo, and I at a postdoctoral position working with heterogeneous catalysis.
Thank you very much, everyone. So we are going to get started. So I'm going to represent the electromagnetic so to make a presentation of our university and how we are in terms of research and the topics we work with. Then we get started with the project. Okay. So everyone has the program. So in the morning, we're going to have the presentations. We have buffer time in the discussion that we either have the discussion going on or you can include other topics that you want to go more in depth the rest of the video. Okay. I like that system so that we can avoid the discussions that people with certain topics. So our rector is José Roberto Soares Couto. As a matter of fact, he's from the same department as Paulo Thiago, the Department of Engineering. He has also a collaboration with the Biomaterials. And I'm here representing also the Office of International Affairs, my colleagues. Here we go. So our university has more than 100 years. It was founded in 1908. Initially, this one single building. It's very interesting to mention because our institution was born international. So it was founded by the Presbyterian that came here to ours. They started a small school, and then they thought that the university to have also a training in agriculture. And so they started a technical degree in agriculture at that time. We have a little bit of the history. You can scan this QR code, and then they will bring you to the history of our institution since it was founded. We have more than 20,000 alumni. Until 30 years ago, the major focus was agriculture, and all of a sudden we started to have engineering, chemistry, and all the other topics, and then we expanded to all fields of knowledge. So we are located, so you know very well Minas Gerais now, we travel all around, but we are pretty much a college town, a small town, and it's very productive to have UFLA and Lavras, because it's a very safe city compared to other ones. It won as the safest city in Minas Gerais state, so you can walk around. And we have a very good weather, so we are in the altitude, so pretty much all year long we have this cool temperature. At night it cools a little bit more, and we have eventually a dry region, a dry moment of the year in August, but that's 1 or 2 months max. So we are in town. It's a pity you arrived. You didn't come in September, because we are known also as the city of Ipe, this tree that flowers. So we have 3 different colors, and it's very interesting because they flower in succession. So you have in August, early August, you have this yellow color all around the city, all around campus, and then it shifts to the pink ones, and we have a whole street here on campus that's full of this pink tree. It's so beautiful. It was last month, all around the city, and people would come here to take pictures. And then we have this more rare one, the white ipe, that flowers lately. So, but we have all this spring bite of appetizers here on campus that turns the city and the campus very beautiful. The location for Netherlands, eventually it's distant. For us, it's very close to Belo Horizonte, so 200 kilometers, 230 kilometers from Belo Horizonte. We are at a drivable distance also to São Paulo and to Rio de Janeiro. So we rely on those also as airports to fly, so we can drive all the way to São Paulo, Guarulhos, and fly directly anywhere. We have also international flights and going in Belo Horizonte, so it's basically the major city. So we are in the countryside, but at the same time we are at a reachable distance to many important airports. We have many colleagues that work as ambassadors of our university. One of the most important one is Alfredo Scheidlotz. He already passed away, but he was a person that studied the soils, the chemistry of soils, tropical soils, and he found out what we needed to amend to the soils to turn it fertile. So all Cerrado region, all the places that were not productive, turned into productive ones because of his work pioneering in the 60s. It was his PhD thesis at that time, and then he proposed liming and all agricultural practices that turned soils fertile. And so we became, because of his knowledge in the past, we became first one producers of many crops. And we have Alisson Paulinelli, who was World Food Prize Award. He was Minister of Agriculture. So he used all the knowledge. Okay, we can transform people if we invest in science. So he was the one to promote Embrapa, to foster Embrapa at that time. So our research institute. As a Minister of Agriculture, he worked in many initiatives to turn knowledge accessible and transform lives because of the knowledge that has been generated. So he was a World Food Prize awardee. and he was nominated 2 times Nobel Prize, but he didn't get the one. He also passed away, unfortunately, last year. So here, where we are, so we have many different buildings. We are going to go over them very quickly. So this is our campus. When we started, it was federalized, so it belonged to the nation. It was federalized. We had at that time, 1964, we had 108 students only. And so this is our campus now, and it's very interesting because not only we grew in terms of area, but also majors, and also working at night. So we have majors that work during the day, and some of them that work at night. So we have a beautiful campus also at night, with over 12,000 students. So we grew all year long. From 1975, it was the first initiative in terms of research in our institution. So we have more than 1,000 theses already defended since 1975 in crop science major. And then from there onwards, we started new programs. We had a boost of majors in 2007 because of the investment of the government to increase the number of majors. At that time, we were very much agriculture university, and from there onwards, we increased the number of courses, both at the bachelor level and at the graduate level since then. And very recently, we started a new campus. So we were very much concentrated in Lavras. And in 2022, we started a new campus that's devoted to engineering and innovation. We are a sustainable university. We have many practices that you can see around campus that relate to sustainability. And we have been awarded the University Green Metrics. So we are second in Brazil in terms of sustainability. We produce our own water, we treat our own sewage, and we have reforestation places, we generate energy, we save water from the roofs. Every student, every faculty receives a mug so that we avoid using plastic on campus. And we are well ranked in many different indexes, but it's very important to mention the to fight hunger, because we are among the 200 best universities in this SDG, and in the innovation also we are among the 300 more well-ranked universities. And actually, there was an important shift in terms of quality of science that we produced. From 2017 onwards, the publications that we had were mostly in the Q4 journals, poorly ranked journals. From 2017 onward, there was a tremendous shift in the publication ratings, and then we publish mostly in the Q1 journals. And it's very interesting what happened. What was the difference from 2017 onwards? And it's very interesting to bring here, because 2017-18 we started to increase the international collaboration. So it's very important to have you here, because it's not only we are forced to speak English and to publish in English so that we access the highly ranked journals, but also we think together of problems. Your vision, our vision, and then we can come up with better quality of science. So there are many projects ongoing on biomaterials, large grants, These are some of those. I'm going to share the presentation with you so that you can have an idea of what's going on in terms of research and big grants. We are going to have an appetizer of each one of those we have here on campus. There are many granting agencies. These are only the public funding. Okay, we have many others that are privately funded. We have over 100 million reais in terms of grant proposals just for research ongoing on campus. We have a metric that's the research grant, research scholarship that researchers receive. So if the researcher is acknowledged a research scholarship, it means that the research is productive. And we have 13% of our faculties pretty much that have this kind of scholarship. We are 875 faculties, still a small university compared to all the others. We have a total 1,000 technicians, and we have a daily population just on campus. Remember, our population is 100K, and we have 14K people just on campus daily. So it's very much a college town. So we have the numbers in terms of distribution. The undergraduate students represent most of our public. We have 2,000 graduate students, 41 majors in terms of undergrad, and 65 majors for graduate school. So we are a small university, but we have a shift much more to the graduate school, and historically it has been like that. So we are very strong in the graduate school in terms of the number of programs that we have here. And all the programs that we have, so in different disciplines, and many of those has topics related to biofuels and biomaterials that can be addressed with different perspective. For instance, plant biotechnology, we are going to have a presentation here, the biomaterials, and many others, chemistry, agrochemistry. Okay, there are some topics that's very interesting, and it's increasing in Brazil also. Maybe you have seen in other institutions that we have the professional master's degree. So it's really someone, we offer the course to a colleague that's already in the industry or already employed in the public sector. So they come here in short courses and they develop their thesis, their master thesis in company. And so we are all the different topics, and it's a growing demand that we have people that are already in the industry that they ask to go to have a degree, and so we are working on that topic. We have a distribution, as I said, we have more undergrad students. But when you talk about international students, so we attract international students, they are much more in the graduate level. So we attract students to come from masters and PhD from all over the world. So we have much more undergrad, masters and PhD students from different countries. So we had 206 total. Just the last semester we received 55 new international students to attend different majors here.
Are the master programs taught in English?
Not really. This is a change that we want to make. So what the students have, so they receive the Portuguese intensive classes so that they can attend classes. What we are doing gradually is that we are stimulating faculties to take courses or to go abroad to offer the course in English. And we do that, so most of our students are either Portuguese speaking from African countries or Spanish speaking, so they learn very quickly Portuguese. But we are changing gradually, so as a faculty, so I brought the first Pakistani students. So it was a change, so I brought him to our graduate major. How we are going to teach, we teach English. And I was the graduate program coordinator at that time, so I changed all the syllables to English, and we could offer the course in English. So most of our faculties are able to communicate in English and can do this shift. So we are gradually doing that
Are the course
exercise.
materials in English? PowerPoints in English, books in English?
Yeah, books are mostly in English. So, and articles and so all the materials so that they have survived. For instance, my course, I teach in English. So we have one student that's international. It's like Netherlands, right? So if there's one student that's international, the whole class changes to English. We are still far from the level of Netherlands, but we are working on that. Next. So the labs, we have all different labs. You are going to see some of those over 300 labs with different peculiarities. We have farms. We have a total of 3 farms devoted to each crop. So here in Laos we can grow pretty much all different crops, and it's quite interesting because we can grow temperate weather plants. So we have apples in our orchards.
How big?
Tiny ones, okay? Tiny ones, but we do have, okay? Pear, we can produce a little bit better. But then we can have mangoes, we can have bananas, we are in a transition between temperate and tropical weather. We have also something that's very interesting, it's multi-user lab. So a colleague that actually sees that this lab can serve to many disciplines. So he proposed his lab to be a multi-user. And we have multi-user labs in different fields, okay? So, and this is interesting because we don't need to purchase a different device, so we can just use it and pay according to the use. Something that I saw when I was studying in Netherlands, that's very common also to have.
Is it within La France or also with other universities?
It's open to all different. So it's more used for our campus, for our community. But the labs are open globally. For instance, we are discussing with colleagues from, so they are going to come in February from the University of Tennessee. They are coming because we are about to start a center in artificial intelligence and automation. So they are interested in collaborating with this initiative, and it's funded by FATEMIG also, right? So it's an international center. It's the same idea of a multi-user lab, but with international perspective, something that we can think about also in collaborating with you guys. And we have this kind of multi-user lab in all different fields. So this was in agriculture, but we have also in engineering, health sciences, animal science, and statistics, mathematics, and so on. Chemistry, and we have all the different labs that can be used. We have also innovation centers devoted to a certain topic. So there's an innovation center devoted to coffee research. So all different aspects from plants to byproducts that can use from coffee. We have a strong coffee producing region. And we have an innovation center also for digital agriculture. So it's everything that's related to computer science and agriculture. So we have that. And it's a private-public partnership initiative. So part of the funding for this research comes from the government, and we have a match with the industry to work on innovation projects in this topic. So we go from large projects regarding to image analysis to small project related to bioinformatics. So everything that relates computer science and agriculture, we can have this initiative that. And also, there's an initiative of this grant to be international also. It's something that can be connected. So, for instance, there was a grant call with Switzerland, Swiss, to match the same initiative between Brazil. So it's difficult to come up with because we must have a double match. So we must have the connection with the industry in Brazil. The colleagues from Switzerland had to have a connection. It was not easy. It was a good exercise, but we need much more time. But it's something that Brazil wants to promote more. I don't know if you have the same initiative in Netherlands, but if you guys have...
Open.
Open now, great.
Deadline in January.
In engineering?
No, deadline in January.
In January, so maybe it's
2025.
time enough, yeah. So we can
Yeah.
discuss about
Let's
something
do it.
that we can. So we have a total of 93 Embrap units all over Brazil, but very few have this interface between agriculture and computer science. But something that, and it's very nice because we can accommodate all different projects, including biomaterials. And so that's the initiative that will be funded by FAPEMIG. So it's in discussion to create the Center for Artificial Intelligence. And this will be a multi-user lab, also collaborate with strongly with partners globally and with the industry. The technological park, also, it's something that is being promoted. Professor Schaufman, the director, is here, is going to present about. And so we can accommodate large companies, also globally, and startups. The idea is to stimulate the connection between academia and the industry in having these initiatives. On campus, we have Living Center, so where the students can find a little bit of everything. The restaurant that serves around 3,000 meals to students every day. We have facilities that the students can use, and all the community actually. So with schools and football, soccer, football pairings and running courses and all different initiatives. That's our group at DRI. So we have 2 different initiatives: the cooperation group that works on all the paperwork necessary to come up with the agreements that we need to come up with projects, and the academic office that works with mobility of students, faculties. We offer English for our students to go abroad and Portuguese classes for foreigners to attend our classes. And we have also an initiative in terms of the indicators, so with a professor that looks at all the initiatives that are going on to be well ranked in the initiatives. We understand our limitation in terms of having the whole city speaking English. It's not like Netherlands, for instance, that you go to the supermarket, everyone speaks English. But we have an initiative that was created 10 years ago that's called Brother UFLA. And so a student from our university volunteers to receive an international student. So this student, our student, goes all around the city until the international student or international researcher feels comfortable in working by himself on campus. These are communication, emails, and we have also counselors that one per unit that help along in thinking about ideas in different business units, let's say. Many cooperation agreements that we have been working on, more than 100 lately, all over the globe. And I searched, we don't have this in Netherlands. Maybe it's the place to do. There's a lot of cooperation with South. For instance, we are the #1 university with international projects in the African countries in many disciplines. So we see that we can transform a lot of lives with the knowledge that we have in creating tropical agriculture, for instance. And that's the nice part of collaboration. So every time we collaborate, so we get into the connection of each one. So it's not one, it's each institution that connects. I'm going to give an example, a very recent example. So Lorena was one of our former students. She's from Mozambique, and she came here to attend course here. So she got her degree as an agronomist. She did her PhD in University of Arizona, United States, and she got a position as a scientist in the World Vegetable Center in Taiwan. And she just invited me to give a course in Taiwan, her research center. So it's a project that we are starting to collaborate on. And this is one of the various examples of connections that we make once we start these different cooperations. Obviously, here we don't have the beach, but we don't miss. I was born close to the beach, right, to the sea, but I felt so comfortable here. So there are lakes, there are waterfalls, we have different initiatives here on campus also in terms of cultural experiences. We have 2 museums just on campus. We have adventure sports that we can have within short distance from Lavras or even in Lavras. Okay, thank you very much. This was just to have an appetizer of UFLA and present yourselves of what we have to offer in general. And now, I'll pass it over to you guys to present your institution.
Impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will present a bit about the program first. First of all, I would like to thank you for welcoming us here. It's always nice to be in Brazil. Not only the weather is warm, but also the people are very warm. And for a whole country as ours, it's always nice to feel a little bit comfort. I was the first time in Brazil, I think 12 years ago. It was a very short trip to Sao Paulo. I was there with our queen and king to be at that point. And 2 years later I came back with a whole lot of people to start living like Biobased Brazil. I must admit I'm from Zuid University and the driver of the project is really advanced. University of Applied Science, but we were always involved. So where is it about? I think the battery is low.
Can you say just next because I think it would be more productive if you don't mind.
Sorry?
Yeah, you just say next and we do it manually.
Perfect. Yeah. So next, please.
Even next is not working.
My battery is low too.
I think he's trying to pass the slide, but it's not working.
Battery.
I think they are facing another
Okay.
So you can try again. I think they had another kind of problem. You can try to get it.
Is the one?
Yeah, that's what I think, yeah. Okay, so where is it all about? It's about collaboration of the Netherlands and Minas Gerais. Brasilia is of course very large, and the Netherlands is very small, but I think the state of Minas Gerais and the Dutch country are about the same size. There's a strong focus on sustainability and circularity. The other thing is that we want to have an exchange of students and lecturers from Brazil to the Netherlands and from the Netherlands to Brazil, so both ways. Of course, it's nice to have joint applied research. I totally agree with all the things that Flavio said and about the vision of UFLA. If you collaborate with people, then you also collaborate with networks, right? And it always starts with people. And of course, we want to create that network. Next, please.
Next, please.
Okay, yeah, so, as I already told you, Brazil is very large. The Netherlands is almost 10,000 kilometers away.
I guess we change the vendors. Let's go.
Okay. So, okay. Yeah. These are the educational partners. So from UFLA-Biobased, you probably know them, all the participants. From the Netherlands side, it's mainly universities of applied science. So we have a system where we have universities of applied science and academic universities. And it used to be that we did the, let's say, the University of Applied Science did the bachelor programs for to become immediately professional, and the academic had, of course, a bachelor and a master program, PhD. But it changed a bit because if you want to have an innovation, then you start with an idea, but before it is an innovation, it's a whole process, of course. Technology readiness levels are very often used. And so we are there more or less to bridge between the academic ideas and the companies. So that's our new position. That also means that we do professional masters and we do professional doctorates. So we have at the moment 4 universities of applied science and 1 academic university. So it starts from the seaside, the University Zeeland University of Applied Science. Then we have Advanced University of Applied Science, which is quite large, as you will see later. And we have then Zuid, all in the southeast. It has a coal mining history, so also comparable to Maastricht. And in the north we have NL Stenden. They are not present at the moment. And from the business side, we have an academic university, Maastricht University. They're also not present. But we have colleagues from the France and colleagues from Zuid. So our ambitions, and then we defined 3 different levels. Strategic is, of course, to put the ideas on the agendas of the politicians and the boards. Instead of and of course Dutch, and normally we work on the province level, but of course also the national level. Of course, we also want to create business. We want to do research, but also want to create the business. As Flavio said, collaboration. All our slogan is that we combine innovation and education. By doing innovation, you also educate. By doing education, you also innovate. That's more or less what our idea is. So on technical level, we would like to have a joint project, and of course have collaboration between research groups, and that can be on the same topic, but it can also be complementary. So maybe we can do something, you are not so strong, and the other way around, and we can combine that and further, together we come further. And of course we like to look for money, always of course an important thing, to do research, to innovate, to develop, to educate, you need money. And of course that means funding from industries and funding by government. On the operational level, we look into exchange of students, PhDs and professors. I think the student exchange is quite successful already, and for me that's the basis also. There it really starts. Of course we like to do projects together. That's sometimes difficult, but every now and then that works already. And of course meeting each other like today is important, and of course do some communication together. Oh, now it works too well. Okay. So in terms of internships, so let's say student exchange, on average 10 people from the Netherlands go to Brazil, and 40 people from Brazil come to the Netherlands. So in 10 years time that really adds up. The research teams, it's of course a bit dynamic because the world around us is continuously moving. But for now we look into biopolymers and biomaterials, bio-based building, course, we also have professors there, but they are now in Vitrosa. New energy technologies, green chemistry, resource recovery, waste valorization, food technology, water technology, biorefinery, bioinformatics. But this is not a set in stone or set in concrete, of course. It's a dynamic thing, depending on what we want, what you want, what the need is, and of course also what companies want. Here are some examples. I will not go to the wall. I will just mention the first few. It's about urban and rural wastewater treatment, biorefinery, production and application of biopolymers and biomolecules. That has been the science from the past. I will also, Flavio, I will send you this presentation so we can distribute it. So, what is the role of the living lab? Because, of course, from university to university, you can really exchange. But the nice thing is that if there's a central place, that there's a lot of administration, that does the communication, that helps with procedures, organize events, so you don't have to do that by each university. You can combine that. That's very convenient. And in that way, you also connect. Actually, I did this trip before, and Svetostak was the first time, and then I said that there are two important things. First is to get the people to know, but also to get the people to know from the Netherlands, because I think, I know my colleague from Avant, but now they are also connected. So I'm convinced that there will be eternally also more collaborations. So that's really also, meeting is very often very important. The exchange of researchers, that means PhD students and professors coming to the Netherlands to research and the other way around. But that can also mean webinars. We have now all these digital tools, so we are closer together already. And with joint projects, we mean really doing joint projects, and that can be also by exchange of people, but it can also be by just doing part of the work here, part of the work in our country. And it means also that we need contact with the subsidy agencies. If we look what we achieved over the last 10 years, students from Brazil to the Netherlands, 164. So that's quite a number, and especially for, let's say, the technical bachelor programs in the Netherlands, these are really quite high numbers. Students from the Netherlands to Brazil, 109. Bio-based battles, so that's a digital thing where people from Brazil, students from Brazil, from the Netherlands, and even also from Finland, I guess, they work on challenges together in digital ways. There also have been 10 already. In research, there have been webinars and symposia. There are 6 research projects. They're mainly with our colleagues from Avans. PhD exchange visits and missions like these have been 12. I think 2 times Brazilians to the Netherlands, and I think 10 times the Netherlands to Brazil. And I think that's about the program. You will learn more if the colleagues present more the topics we work on. Maybe there are some things, some questions maybe, or if not, then...
Small studio from our university.
Thank you very much. So, yeah.
Yes. Sure. Maybe we can take a shift, so presentation from the colleagues from the Netherlands, and then we have a Brazilian colleague presenting, and we take shifts. So from our program, so we have... No, it's okay. Sure. Let's use that. So I have Professor Tiago present. Yeah. So you can come here, or you can present from there. Doesn't matter. Yes, you need it just a moment. If you prefer to sit here, it's okay. We have snacks and drinks. Feel comfortable to help yourself. We won't stop for a coffee break, so it's more dynamic. If you
We'll
just
be open
yeah.
absolutely like this.
Yes. It's more productive, right?
Yes.
Let's go.
Good morning. Good morning. First, I would like to say thank you for this opportunity, for the invitation. I am Professor Thiago Protásio from the Department of Forest Science at UFLA. My expertise is in biomass and bioenergy, especially thermochemical and mechanical process. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I share a small part of the research that you have conducted in Brazil, in Minas Gerais and Amazonia, Brazilian Amazonia. About the biorefineries, we are mainly studying biomass extractives. In Brazil, you already have a production of biofuels, ethanol, biodiesel, charcoal, for example. And this technology has been mastered in industry. I don't speak English very well, but I will try to communicate in English, facilitate the exchange knowledge in our universities. So, at the end of the day, I will cover the following topics: institutional presentation, introduction, research project in Brazilian Brazilian Amazonia, make products and process for converting forest biomass into energy. In final considerations, challenges, Brazilian challenges. So, your Department of Forest Sciences at the University of Lavras has a forestry engineering undergraduate, which is about to complete it in the next year, 45 years. The professors and the researchers are organized in functional sectors, 4 sectors: forest ecology, silviculture, forest management, and wood science and technology. My sector is wood science and technology. In true, we study lignocellulosic material for bioenergy production and byproducts production. You have a scientific journal called CERN in Portuguese, in English, Heartwood. We publish articles about forest science and are indexed in the best databases in the world with a great advantage. Our journal is open access, totally open access. We are great relevance in Latin America especially. The university has a postgraduate program in science and technology, created in 2006 year. We are 2 lines of research. One, characterization of lignocellulosic materials and derivatives. 2, processing and utilization of lignocellulosic materials and derivatives. We currently have 52 professors on the team and more than 50 students. About 50 students. At the moment, we have graduated 290 researchers, master and PhD. So, to provide a better context, I would like to present the importance of biomass in current energy context in Brazil of the world. In Brazil, biomass is relevant in the energy metrics, historically relevant. Recent statistics from the International Energy Agency show that 86% of the world's total energy supply comes from fossil fuels. This is thermal plant, therefore only 14% of the world energy matrix is basically on renewable fuels. These are the major challenges of the world. Basically, the world lies on paradigm, energetic paradigm. And in relation about the decarbonization scenarios, it's very important to analyze the scenarios steps, APS, and NZE scenarios. Considering the different scenarios projected, in my opinion, the net zero is more challenging for the world. It's very difficult, but we have studies about this. These scenarios are essential to understanding the decarbonization trajectory. On the other hand, in Brazilian energy matrix, is composed of about 50% of the renewable sources, with 31% by biomass and derivatives. We consider unlike many countries in the world, Brazil uses only 4.6% of coal for its energy supply. It's very interesting. So, I worked for 7 years in Brazilian Amazonia. 7 years. And therefore, I direct part of my work to address the problems in that region, northern of Brazil, especially problems related of biomass and energy. So, it's important to ask some initial questions. One, what are the energy demands in the Amazon? Two, what are the sustainable sources of wood or biomass in the Amazon? So, one question. In Amazonia, we have 25 million of people and many industries that demand energy. For example, wood production, wood panels, and cement industry, agribusiness, strong agribusiness, especially isolate thermoelectric plants and pipe iron steel making hub. So, in northern region of Brazil, there are many isolate systems for generation of electricity. These systems may use fossil fuels. Recent statistics indicate 89% of total generation based in fossil fuels in the Amazon. Despite this, in the Amazonia, many sources of biomass can be used without deforesting the forest. It's very important. Without deforesting the forest. Interesting, Brazil have 4 pipe iron steel making hub. 4. In Brazilian Amazonia has the second largest pipe iron steel making hub. The pipe iron hub require charcoal for the process. Therefore, we need the alternatives for supply biomass from sustainable sources. My work is exactly this. Regarding the second question, what are the sustainable sources of wood or biomass? My team and I are studying planted forests, energy forests in Amazonia, native species in Amazonia, and wastes of sustainable forest management plans. Logging wastes from sustainable forest plans. Currently, I am dedicated to studying thermochemical process, combustion, torrefaction, and pyrolysis of the biomass, for example, and some mechanical process, gasification, pellets production, for example. I am currently coordinating this project, bioenergy generation from sustainable forest management waste, decentralization of the energy matrix and socio-environmental impacts in the Amazonia, funded by the National Council for Scientific and Technological Development in Brazil. The main idea is to make the use of the wood waste viable and minimize the emissions. Through the impact of the activities, mainly the charcoal production, pellets and chips. We are concerned about the carbon footprint, for example. Very important. This image shows an area after a year of reduced impact load. It's very important to note that the forestry remains standing. This waste is generated in large quantities about the months in the Amazon. Wood waste has a wide range of geometries and chemical composition. This is a significant challenge for energy conversion. So, in traditional carbonization in Brazil, there is no use of technologies to monitor the system temperature. Among the technologies we are studying, the following stand out: the furnace kill system. Furnace kill system. One technology development in Brazil. It's very important to comprise how does the use of new technologies in charcoal production affect the carbon balance. You have the answer soon. Despite being simple, this project represents something unique for the Amazonia region. Our objective is improve carbonization technology to increase charcoal yield and reduce emissions, especially GHG gas. We have published several papers on the ways from sustainable forest management in the Amazonia, such as this work in Renewable Energy Journal. This work is directly related to studies on the impact of the wood quality on the production of charcoal for industrial purposes. In Brazil, you have a research network on these different technologies for energy conversion. For example, torrefaction. Biomass has some properties that difficult the energy conversion. It's possible to improve the properties of the biomass by technologies. Thermochemical technologies, for example, torrefaction. This paper is one example of this. Torrefaction is a prior thermochemical process of biomass between 200 and 300 degrees Celsius. Torrefied biomass has more interesting combustion properties, for example. Another technology we study is densification for briquettes and pellets production. This process aims to obtain high energy density pellets in the briquettes. In this example, we are able to concentrate 5.5 times more energy in the pellets compared to initial biomass. Brazil has a large amount of biomass available for pellet production. In my opinion, Brazil will be able to grow in the global market in the future. So, at UFLA you have equipment for pellet design biomass. The equipment we have has a production capacity of up to 200 kilograms per hour. We are currently working on a PhD thesis related to logging wastes from sustainable forest management as raw material to produce compacted solid biofuels, pellets. Basically, PhD student Jessica Mesquita is evaluating pellets produced with wood waste from Amazonia and subsequently the torrefaction process of these solid biofuels. We are studying 4 species. Some residual woods are challenges they have undesirable characteristics for pellets. For example, ash content is very problem. It's a problem for pellets commercialization. For example, this species in Portuguese, casca seca, has high ash content when we analyze international commercialization standards. Basically, we are testing the torrefaction of pellets production from wood waste. The completed mass balance of the process will be analyzed, as well the composition of bio-oil and gases. Well, regarding pellets produced with wood waste from the Amazonia, we have published some papers. For example, this work development by different institutions in Brazil, research network in Brazil. This study explored the integration of legal timber harvesting and conservation in the Amazon for pellet production. The other work you have done aims to study the potential of extractives for biorefinery applications. For example, the pequi seeds. Pequi is a typical fruit of Brazil. Pequi seeds contain 40 and 50% extractives, constituting a potential feedstock for biodiesel and biorefinery products. So, finally, I would like to say that you have many challenges in Brazil for the rational use of biomass in the context of biorefineries. However, Brazilian researchers are overcoming the difficulties to contribute to scientific advances. To contribute to discussions on bioenergy and the energy transition, our group is dedicated to studying biomass from planted forests and wastes, lignocellulosic wastes. We are very concerned with understanding the carbon footprint of the production chain related to thermochemical and mechanical process. I would like to thank you for this opportunity. I am available for any clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Thiago. I'd like to propose the discussion right after. So we also need 5 minutes from the backstage team to embed in the transmission the talk and the presentation, because we only can see the YouTube, the talks, not the presentation. So we have to work on a setup. In the meantime, we can have the discussion because I think it's an interesting topic.
Yes. Can I have a question? Because I like the presentation a lot. Thank you very much. It really shows how you do academic work and apply it as well. And make use of knowledge that's already here. But still, maybe a stupid question, but do you think that there's a role also for dihydrogen, for instance for transportation, but also for making steel? You have water, you have sun, maybe that is too easy to say, but just as a part of the complete system, do you foresee a role of dihydrogen?
I speak in Portuguese, Professor.
Okay,
Please.
help along.
I speak in Portuguese.
Sounds good.
Da produção do carvão vegetal na Amazônia para a usina é relativamente próximo. Dá mais ou menos, o projeto que eu coordeno na Amazônia, mais ou menos abaixo de 200 quilômetros.
So from the charcoal production to the industry, it's 200 kilometers. It's relatively
yeah,
close.
I understand.
É muito importante assim dizer que a legislação do Brasil ela permite o manejo florestal sustentável da Amazônia.
In Brazil, it's allowed to manage the forestry for this purpose. It's legally allowed.
The question is more next to this because I think it's important. You have forestry management and waste valorization and an energy demand, and you solve three problems in one go. So I understand. But I was just wondering whether there will also be a role in the future for hydrogen or not.
For hydrogen?
Yeah, for hydrogen.
Okay.
To reduce the iron, to do transportation, so use the solar energy to make the hydrogen.
Eu acho que para incluir outros elementos de sustentabilidade, aproveitar para hidrogênio verde, né, para captação de CO2, a métrica de CO2, né, então acho que deixar a cadeia toda. Né?
É exatamente o que nós estamos precisando, de new technologies for the improve the bioenergy production in the Amazon.
Yeah.
It's very difficult.
Yeah, I understand.
Very difficult for many motives, many reasons. For example, a distância, ausência de tecnologia, falta de financiamento, funding, very important.
There's a lack of support, but also it's a problem with infrastructure. But it's
it will
definitely
not be
something that
easy
can
to
be.
build an electrolyzer in the middle of the Amazon. That will be, I understand.
Eu ia mostrar para ele. Mas na apresentação tinha um dos nossos estudantes de doutorado, o Elvis, do nosso programa, Postgraduate Program in Science and Technology, e neste momento, ele está na Amazônia coletando dados.
So he has a PhD student that stays there in the Amazon collecting all the data from there.
Okay.
So it's a PhD student from him. So it's there's a logistics system, but it's huge in terms of opportunities. I think it's nice that UFLA, although we are very distant from there, we see this as a good opportunity in terms of research and innovation also.
Yes, very impressive. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Indeed, I have a question. Because in your project, especially you said you want to use new technology to improve the charcoal production. Can you tell me more? What's your strategy?
A estratégia para produzir o carvão. Quais são as estratégias? Novas tecnologias. Você quer?
Na Amazônia, atualmente, a produção é totalmente empírica. Não há controle. Por exemplo, temperatura. Não tem controle.
It's more, so nowadays the charcoal production there is very empirical, so it's very artisanal. So there's no control of temperature or the conditions to mass produce it.
E no nosso projeto nós estamos tentando implementar tecnologias. Por exemplo, para controlar o processo de carbonização.
So he's trying to implement at least the pyrolysis system to control the carbonization of the matter.
Control the temperature.
Controle da temperatura, o que é que tem se dá?
Temperature control e a gases combustion.
Yeah.
Gases combustion. Aí, the system is a kiln furnace system for charcoal. It's very different by Brazil. Porque esse sistema ele tem queima de gás na canalização. É um sistema muito diferente da realidade amazônica, porque o rendimento lá é muito baixo e não tem aproveitamento dos gases de pirólise.
So the idea that he's implementing is to reuse the gases for pyrolysis. So an enclosed system that would be eventually would match with the idea of make the system more effective also.
Yes. So all the vapors.
All the vapors, reutiliza todo o vapor da pirólise, né, no sistema fechado.
Atualmente não, atualmente nós somente conseguimos queimar os gases.
He's not yet able to reuse the system at all times, so he only controls the gases that is used by the pyrolysis to make plates.
How do you treat the liquid and the gas? Just okay.
The atmosphere. Então assim, hoje os gases são emitidos para.
But they waste energy. There's a lot of energy still in the liquid and gas phase.
Still a lot to go.
Okay.
Yes. One opportunity for research.
Yes.
Improve the system of carbonization.
Yeah.
We have some technologies in the lab it is easy to control.
Yeah.
But in the field conditions it's very hard.
Yeah, that's a difference.
In Amazonia it's worse.
Yeah.
The logistics is not easy.
I think it's interesting if could go there to see, because eventually see the opportunities and eventually logistics, how to optimize that, and that's a lot, because we say distance of 200, 300 kilometers here, it's feasible because it's all paved roads, but when you go to the Amazon, it's completely different situation. Eventually there's not even roads, so you have to go on boats.
The translation of science to practicality is the major task, actually. Yeah, and not research itself.
Thank you. Any other question? I guess we are ready to move forward. Maybe we have 2 talks from our side because we have more people. So we have Professor Maio.
Professor.
Important thing. The most important thing of
yes,
now.
It's working perfectly. We have full battery.
It's about the most important thing. Okay. Good morning again. Thank you for coming to visit us, and I think we really have a nice opportunity here to know a bit about your work that you've been done here in Brazil, and it's nice to know that you have such an organization to look for new opportunities related to biomaterials and so on. I'm from the chemistry department in Mario, and I just point out some works that we are carrying out since 2002 here at UFLA, and mainly using activated carbon as a catalyst support at first, and then till 2010 we tried to develop activated carbon from waste from agricultural wastes and so on. We use different materials. So biomass like coffee, candeia, and all of the stones and tea waste, and another waste is from agricultural production. Every time we try to produce activated carbon, because we had collaboration with the Brazilian oil company Petrobras that was supporting us to try to develop a new pre-catalyst for them. And these carbon materials was the main goal for them, that had some load with some metals on top of these carbons. So we try to prepare those materials, and I have a background on catalysis. So I try to use those materials as a catalyst for environmental purpose. So we try to degrade some pesticides, some other molecules, and nowadays we are using only model compounds to try to figure out if it's working or not. Not trying to solve any actual environmental problem, but trying to develop new technology. So I brought this figure mainly because we know that we have to reduce waste at the end of our process. So every time we try to use those materials, we try to diminish the total waste. So at first we tried to put some very small compounds or complexes on top of those carbons, trying to reduce the total amount or load of interesting materials on top of those carbons. Mainly for activity, we try to use oxidation and phantom-like systems, heterogeneous phantom-like systems, just direct oxidation processes for organic molecules. Okay, so carbon and activated carbon was our main support because we have two things. First, we have a adsorbent for organic molecules, and then we try to oxidize those molecules on top of this adsorbent, not only transfer matter from one spot to another. So we had a very active complex, so I showed that we had a lot of work using this simple molecule, and the ligand for this compound comes from the carbonization of wood. So that's why you choose this kind of compound, because we use pyrolysis as well, and one of these molecules comes from the bio oil that comes from this pyrolysis. So we had a lot of work showing that we had a very nice carbons, but all of them, till 2012, we used chemical activators. So we had a lot of waste afterwards, a lot of salt, and we had nothing to do with those compounds after the production of the carbon. So here we can show that we have both things. We have adsorbent and oxidation process. We can separate here and different loads of iron oxide on top of this carbon. And I can show here. It's working. No, I cannot present that. Okay, so these gray things are the adsorption, and this scratched one is the oxidation process. So we have both things happening on the same material. So I can diminish the load of the contaminants of the water and distract them to producing CO2 and water at the end of the process. And even we have high load of the outside on top of the carbon, the specific area does not diminish that much. We have pure activated carbon for 14 to 1500 square meters per gram, and we load that for 1000 square meters per gram. So that with 20% of oxide on top of it, it's not that much. We have some techniques that we have collaboration with CDTN in Belo Horizonte. So we run some very specific analysis for characterization the phase on top of the carbon, because we have a very dispersed material with very small crystallized, so and XIV is not very helpful to identify those phases. And here is one example that we use this activated carbon to degrade atrazine. This is for broadleaf and control. So we have very nice results with about 20% load of iron oxide on top of it. And we show here the aspect, so the iron is all dispersed all over the carbon. So we have a surface of iron oxide on top of the carbon. And we showed the pathway for the degradation of the molecule, and we had very kind of success on degrading this molecule. That's a kind of problem in Europe, in the US, and here in Brazil it's not that much because our water, subsoil water, is quite deep compared to Europe and US. And we also use carbon to produce some nanomaterials. This is gold nanoparticles on carbon. So we got something like 10 to 12 nanometers particles, very nice shape and very well distributed. And we use this compound as to oxidize glycerol. This is from oil industry to biodiesel production. This is a waste product, and we try to figure out what can we do with this molecule. And we showed that we can change conditions and we can produce different kind of compounds and different products depending on why temperature and time, reaction time using those materials. So again, this material absorbs on top of the carbon, and we can control the reaction using pure glycerol or from the process that produces biodiesel. And this is another slide for the collaboration with the Sirius facilities in Campinas. That I think you visited over there. Is our synchrotron system. So we run quite a lot of experiments in the past. And I think 10 years ago was my last time that I've been there.
Where was the synchrotron?
In Campinas.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
Sirius 1 is the new one, and then the old one, I used the old one. And we measure different things, distances, and we use doped things that we prove that we put in on the structures of those materials. And after we had a gap working on biomaterials, 8 years, because we decided to stop working because a lot of salts producing is not worth to work with those materials. We try to use coffee specs from instant coffee industries, but we compete with they burn these materials to produce energy. So it's quite expensive to take those materials from the companies because they use 20 to 30% of the total energy used in the instant coffee industry. So we had to produce something with a very high value added to the product. So it was hard because the oil company stopped funding us because they decided to import the technology from the US. So we had an opportunity to put a catalyst on the oil production so that the value added to this carbon was quite high because it would be used as a catalyst. So we decided to a new approach for GOF defects, GOF waste, or GOF spends, hydrothermal treatment. So we are working on this field since 2017, 2018. And this is quite nice because we can have the carbon material, biochar, and bio-oil. So we can concentrate the energy in bio-oil and still use the material, the carbon-rich material, to do other things. This is some micrographies from hydrochars that we produced here, and the defect and after the treatment. So as a dissolvent, it's not bad, but it's not like as activated carbon. We reach something like 40 milligrams per gram of organic molecules on top of those materials without any treatment besides of hydrothermal treatment under inert atmosphere. And here is a new work that we are carrying out nowadays. A student of mine is working on this study, and we put some metal on top of these macromolecules, and we can reach burn-off, very high burn-off, such as 80% burn-off. And after that, we still have the channels and the structure kept after this high burn-off. So we have very nice material with very high specific area. So it's a very good absorbent for different areas. So we can start with 25% carbon losses, and we have the most effective one is 70% burn-off. We have the higher specific area and the higher capacity for as absorbent, so such as 200 to 300 milligrams per gram of material and up to 500 milligrams per gram. And here I can show the isotherms for those materials, so reaching 800 milligrams, but I don't believe in that. This is only a model, so but at least 500 for different organic molecules we can absorb on top of this activated carbon from macromolecules or high biochar after we activated using CO2 as activating agent. So it's a physical activator, so we don't have those salts anymore at the end of the process. And we use CO2 as activator. So we can use, we check the gas for the activation, so we have a hydrogen and CO at the end, so we can recover those gases and CO gas at the end. This is some of the supporters for this research. And thank you for your
Thank you, Professor Mario. Questions too?
Yes, can I ask? I have two questions actually.
I will try to answer.
The first one
if you
about
understand.
I think you can answer quite fast. The iron catalyst, to do that as high turnover numbers, or is oxidation of the ligand as well? And
It is not that high. In the literature, normally we find something like 2 or 3. We reach 5 to 7 the turnover number.
The ligand is oxidized probably or not? Or
yes, we worked on that for a while.
Yeah.
Okay, we try to change the support to silicates support silica as a support. So we put in the space arm and put that complex on top of silica. It protects a bit, but we end up losing the activity after 10 to 15 cycles.
Yeah.
But we can reactivate to 5 to 10 new cycles.
Yeah. So then it's more immediate process and a recatalytic process, right? Yeah. But that doesn't matter to both. Yeah.
Because the low turnover number.
Yeah. But it's cheap. So.
Yeah.
The gold nanoparticles, what is the temperature where the reaction takes place?
This is room temperature.
Room temperature. Because we also use gold nanoparticles, for instance, to reduce CO2 to methanol. That's of course very interesting. But then it's light driven, so you make use of the plasmonic correct character of the gold nanoparticles. Did you ever consider doing that as well, or is that too far from?
I didn't have the equipment to follow the reaction at first, and it was hard to start all these new branch without having how to follow the reaction at first, okay, and to find the substrate. It's okay. So I have the gas solid reaction. I try to make my gas solid reactor, but it's not easy to run the experiment using students without any knowledge of how to work with gases.
And that would be an interesting idea to maybe collaborate with your gold nanoparticles because they are different. We use a different carrier compound, so that would be nice to just try your compounds in our reactions. So,
yeah, it could be. It was about 12 years ago that I've done those things.
Okay. Yeah, interesting. Thank you.
But we can prepare those much because it's not that hard. We have new carbons now with very high specific area, and to prepare those nanoparticles on top of these carbons is not that hard.
So yeah, it would be interesting to use them for our reactions. So I will.
It would be nice.
Yeah.
To do that.
I will get in contact. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But indeed, I have a question. How about the life of your catalyst? And is it easy to deactivate, or it can really stable?
No, it's not that stable. Okay, because this is very, very oxidative environment. So we destroy the ligands and we destroy the nitric, and we lose the activity quite high. So, but it's very cheap.
Okay, then just
yeah, so we have to reload.
Oh, reload. Then.
Yes, and reuse.
Okay.
Not just dump.
Okay. Well, but if you reload, then you still have the similar quality, or because I think the carbon structure will also
kept at least 5 times.
Reload
reloading and reusing.
Okay, and also for the the biochar type will influence also the.
We normally use biochar from coffee spents.
Okay, but did
you because it's the area here. But we are trying to use biochar from different polymers. We are trying to use PET.
Okay.
And coffee, rice hulls because of the silicon.
Okay.
So we are trying different ones.
But but they have the influence on your catalytic effects or not?
Nowadays we are working on preparing the biochar that activate carbon and act as a sorbent. So catalyst reaction is only a test. It has or not activity. So I'm not carrying very
for the support. It doesn't matter for you.
No, it's matter for me, but it's it's a lot of work to prepare the material, prepare the catalyst, and characterize the material as well. So we have a lot of work to do, and and the students nowadays have a shorter time to finish their PhD.
Okay.
So I
But you
have to
prepare-
propose some research project that I can end up with a thesis.
But you prepare you do the pyrolysis
Yes.
by yourself. But now you use a hydrothermal with.
Yes, we use a power reactor under argon, something like 30 to 40 and ATM bar pressure and temperature 200 to 300 degrees C.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Professor Maio. I would like to propose a change of order. So, in our program, we have Professor Paulo. So, how about we have Professor Gino doing first, so that we can keep going with the idea of biomaterials, and then we have Professor Paulo that also will be within biomaterials, but more with measurements like the strategy that he proposed.
Tosca will give our presentation.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Great. So it's up to you. It's up to you. See, we can, if it's closer to the microphone, I think we can hear better back there. But it's up to you. We have cameras everywhere, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. Then I can stand.
And now it's we can match the PowerPoint with the person in the same screen. So we're going to have that on the YouTube. That's the issue.
I guess I only need a different presentation. I cannot
Yeah,
present this.
you-
Okay. Shall I stop? Shall I wait for the rest?
No,
I
you
think
can
I can stop.
keep going.
Okay. Thank you for this very nice invitation to present our university here today. As has been told in the introductions already, I think people from Brazil and from the Netherlands, we have a quite different feeling about distance. So if we look to the Netherlands, from the north to the south, it's like 300 kilometers. For you, that feels like a very short distance. I can make it even more small, I would say. I don't know whether I can point you yet. I'm living here, in this part. It's the smallest part of the Netherlands. So I have to travel 2 kilometers to Belgium and 4 kilometers to Germany. So within 6 kilometers, I can enter 3 countries. So that's a bit to give a feeling about the difference between the Netherlands and Brazil. So we are very impressed by your country. Then a little bit before I start about the research, I would like to shortly introduce our university. So our university, Zuid University of Applied Sciences, Gino told already, we are a university of applied science. So we really bring the scientific science into the companies, let's say. We are situated completely in the south of the Netherlands, in a city called Heerlen. But the very nice thing for our university is that we are part of the Brightlands region, and the Brightlands regions contain 4 big innovation campusi, and this one, the Camelot campus, is a very important one for us, and I will come back to that in a minute. But first, a little bit about Zuid University. So we have all different kinds of educational programs. For example, we are part of the applied science program, but we also have more cultural things like theater, we have hotel management, more economic studies. We have 34 different bachelor educational programs with 14,000 students in total, and we have 29 professorships. And within the technical area where we are working, we have 5 different professorships. But then a bit more about this Camelot campus. So all our students and all our research is performed at the Camelot campus, and it's quite a big campus containing both an industrial and an R&D campus. It's about 8 square kilometer large, and there are about more than 200 companies, and we have the ambition to be competitive climate neutral in 2020. So here, 2050, sorry, otherwise it's in the past. So on the left picture you can see the industrial side, and on the bottom 2 pictures you can see our R&D campus. Since all our students and also we as researchers are working in this campus, there are more than 200 companies involved, so it's very easy for us to connect with these companies. When I go to the coffee machine, I'm actually meeting them already. So that is very good for initiating the collaboration, I would say. So here you can see that there are all kinds of different companies. It can be quite big companies, like, for example, SABIC, but we also have quite a lot of startup companies. And at the bottom, it's a little bit falling away, but you can see that from the educational program, we have University of Maastricht, which is a scientific university. It's us, another technical scientific university, but also Vista College, which is a vocational level. So we have all levels of education combined at this campus. Then a bit about our research center, where Dino is the professor of. It's the research center of material science, and we have 3 lines. We have a line on circular material, that's the line I am heading. We have a line on molecular health, and we have a line on sustainable chemistry. And the very characteristic about our 3 research lines is that they are the same as the 3 educational lines in our educational program, in our bachelor degree. So they are really well aligned, and that also means that they go very easily along together. The way we perform our research might be a little bit different than you are used at your university. And I depicted it in this picture. Here on the photo, you can see me sitting together with some people, and these people are presented in the left triangle of what we call a community for development. So we start from an assignment, and this assignment is always an assignment from a company. It can either be directly one-to-one collaboration with a company, or it's a subsidized project where several companies form a consortium. Then we have a coach, that's a senior researcher from our university. We have experienced professionals, so that are people who are working on a daily basis in the lab. And we have the starting professional. And we all 3 or 4 together, there are often more starting professionals in a community, we all together take responsibility for the assignment. And of course we all have a different role. Because I as a coach, I have a lot of experience, I can say, with the age of 50 now. And our young professionals, they are very open-minded. And we think that this combination is really good to create innovation. Then we have the 3 research lines. I will present the first 2 very shortly because they are not really my type of field. And on circular materials, I will tell a bit more. So the molecular program, we focuses on one hand on molecular diagnostics. That's how this line has been started. So it's for health monitoring, and we are more and more moving towards biotechnology. And on this picture you can see the 4 topics, more or less, that we are working on. So we are, for example, working on precision fermentation, where we extract a black colorant from black tea, where we collect colorants from different sources, like okay, but from from shells of seafood or coconut, and there we extract some colorants from. As I said, molecular diagnostics. So, for example, there's a project on liquid biopsies where they take a liquid biopsy to diagnose prostate cancer. So people don't need a very nasty, very nasty treatment. Sorry. And we have biofabrication and biodegradation. And this biodegradation field is the newest. If we then look to the sustainable chemistry, which is coming in your direction, I think, we focus on biotechnological and synthetic creation and production. And we do that mostly in a flow. And it's either for chemical compounds and also for example, bio-based building blocks. And here you can see the context, and as I said before, it's both the context of education and research. So we are working on sustainable green chemistry, and that means that we are trying a lot of experiments where we use light as a source for the reaction. And then we, for example, make active pharmaceutical ingredients. And we don't do this in batch reactor, but we all do this in flow chemistry. So that means that we have a very small reactor with a very well-controlled temperature, and we don't have problems in scaling up, because if we want to scale up, we just put several reactors behind each other. So that are the subjects, and we also have some subjects that say interdisciplinary or at the edge of our pre-research lines. So for example, this biotechnology, it's together with the molecular health line, and waste valorization we do together with the circular materials program. And this is, for example, an example of a project where we use sunlight to produce chemicals. So this is a project which has run last 4 years, and now there's a follow-up. So the reaction has been optimized already, and now we are going to extend it with more automation and inline analysis. Then looking to the circular materials, that's a bit a field where I'm a bit more comfortable about, because that's what I'm working on for more than 10 years already. And in this line we focus on polymer processing, especially focusing for materials for additive manufacturing and mechanical recycling. I'm not sure how familiar you are with additive manufacturing, so I give a very brief introduction. Additive manufacturing, also called 3D printing. And what you do in 3D printing is you have an image of an object, for example, a scan or a CAD design, and this image is cut into slices in the computer program, and then you deposit your product layer by layer. This way of producing gives a lot of freedom in design. I can make whatever shape I like. And another advantage is that I can make very porous structures, because I don't have to fill the layer everywhere with my material, but it's often in a certain pattern, so that I can introduce porosity. If I compare it to different production technologies, and I only have, for example, I will show you an example where we make personalized products, so actually only one product at once. If I compare it to a traditional processing way, like injection molding, making a mold is quite expensive. But with 3D printing, I can very easily make personalized products. Another advantage is that I have hardly any waste, because I only deposit the material that I need. But of course, it's not the ideal world yet, because it also has some disadvantages. And one of the main disadvantages is that the way of building up your product layer by layer means that my first layer has to solidify a bit before I can put on the next. Because if it's still in the molten state and I put on the next layer, everything will float away. So this one has to solidify before I put on the next one, but that also means that the polymer chains from the bottom layer do not well integrate with the layer above because it's solidified already. And that means that the properties in the building direction are always much worse than in the other direction. So I cannot obtain my ultimate properties of my material. And when we look to our research, we are actually, on one hand, making use of the positive things, so that we make a lot of lightweight porous structures, but we also try to tackle the disadvantage of the poor mechanical properties in the build direction. So that are our two research lines within additive manufacturing. And if you think about that, the circular economy, circular materials, on one hand, additive manufacturing makes you to rethink products, because when I make a product with injection molding, I'm often limited by the way of producing. So I might be using too much of a material. And by 3D printing, since I can make whatever I like, I really have to rethink the product again. So it's not a replacement of traditional production methods, I would say, but it's an addition. And it also, of course, helps to repair things very easily. So we should not throw easily away, but with 3D printing, we can repair a lot easier. So as I said, when you look to the mechanical properties, and on the y-axis, we have the mechanical properties in the z direction, and the x-axis, the mechanical properties in the x and y direction of the product. You see that in the z direction, the properties are much worse, not as strong as in the xy direction. So products loaded in the build direction very easily break. If you look to FDM printing, that's a very common printing. Polylactic acid is the most common used material. And what we have done, polylactic acid exists in two different forms, the left-handed and the right-handed. And when you put them together, they form a special type of crystal. And this crystal can be used to anchor the interface. So in that way, we can improve the properties in the Z direction, and we get a more homogeneous behavior of our final product. Then some examples of the lightweight porous structures. We have different types of applications, as I said, always in combination with a company. So it's either medical, we have applications in the built environment, and in the lightweight automotive. And this medical, there's one very beautiful product which we are really proud of. That's the personalized breast prosthesis. So there was a lady who suffered breast cancer herself, and she thought there was not a good solution for external prosthesis. So she started a company, but she was a marketing girl, so she had a very well thought of how to build the chain to make this personalized breast prosthesis, but she didn't have any knowledge on the technological part. So together with us, we discovered what would be the best way to produce this prosthesis with which material. And after 4 years of research, in which also quite some of the exchange students from Brazil participated, we have a product that is now on the market. So that's, I think, very nice achievement from people coming together from different disciplines. The other part is the recycling of the material, and when we think about recycling of polymeric material, we of course have the very, let's say, traditional thinking of recycling, that we recycle rigid plastic waste. Or for example, we have now a project on the yogurt beakers, and students are studying the influence of the inking. So the picture is very colorful, but if you're going to reprocess this, the ink will of course influence the properties of the new product which we make out of it. And students are studying the effect of de-inking the material before reprocessing it. So this is the let's say, the real recycling. But if you think about circular materials, again, the rethink is a very important thing as well. So we also have subjects on that. Dutch people like to climb, but we don't have the beautiful hills as you have here. So we are urged to go to a climbing wall. And these climbing grips where people are, what they are using, they used to be made from thermosets, but they damage quite easily when people are walking on it. So that means when they have to replace it, what they do now is that they just throw it away. And what we have done is that we have replaced the thermoset with a thermoplastic, and that's much more easily recyclable. So we made these gripping things more recyclable. And another rethinking in terms of recycling is that we go from multi-layer to monolayer. So for example, when you think about the pouch for soup, in the Netherlands it's built up of, I'm not sure how you cover it here, but with us it's built up of at least 5 different layers. You can imagine when I have 5 different materials that I'm going to recycle, I don't have any properties anymore afterwards. So what we are trying to do is to go from multi-layer packaging to monolayer packaging to make recycling much more easy. So that's very briefly our research topic, and I hope this Portuguese is well written. Obrigada.
Thank you very much, Tosca.
You're welcome.
Very nice presentation. Questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's fascinating, all the areas you have been considered in your speech. And I'd like to know about how the attention, or how you can deal with the industry in your, when you think about your research. Do you have a partnership with industry?
Yeah, it can be different ways. So we either have a one-to-one partnership with the industries. For example, the example I gave you with the breast prosthesis, this lady really came to our research department and saying, look, I have this problem. But this chemical campus where we are located helps them because there are a lot of facilities to connect with the industry much more easily. So that is a one-to-one partnership, and then they just pay half for doing the research. But we also, in the Netherlands, we have, like here, we have a lot of subsidized project, and the prerequisite to get the funding is that we collaborate. We have different funds, which we always have to collaborate with the government. So when I submit for a subsidized project at the University of Applied Science, I need, for example, 4 companies who are interested in the same subject. And since we are at this industrial campus, it's very easy to collect, to bring together these companies. And it also goes, of course, over the years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just connecting with Professor Christian's question, I like so the inspiration for the topics that you address, because there are so many different approaches that you propose in different fields. And you mentioned that you have students that come together with different backgrounds to come up with the project, right? So
it depends.
Okay.
For example, the breast prosthesis, that's mostly applied science, so chemistry students combined with engineering students.
Because an idea that came to my mind, so we can discuss that later when we are going to discuss about cooperation. So to set up a research topic, so it's something that we have in our programs, so they don't, and we can do that as interdisciplinary approach. So this was not my idea, actually it was an idea from a colleague from our group, Professor Khalid. Unfortunately, he's not able to attend, but he did this kind of course in his PhD in Denmark. So he had that's this important issue, let's solve this. And so bring to the table a project. So obviously there's a faculty that will be coordinating the students, but most of the time they come up with an idea better than we thought initially.
That's
so
true.
It's something that we can come up together, connecting students from Zald University with UFLA University, and also open that to all different graduate programs, something that would be more interdisciplinary. So people sit together, they already know that they have to comply with communication in English. So, and maybe it's something that can be a seed of a collaboration that could be more fruitful.
But I showed you the system of communities for development. We started small with only applied science, and once the system was working, so in this triangle with coach, young professional, then we start to extend to different disciplines. But it's a challenge. It's a challenge.
Well, let me add something. So, first, I do apologize because Jeff won't be here, so that I would like to ask Flavio to put in this discussion something related to startup cross-talk. I mean, because as I could see, you are quite innovative university as well. So we are trying to do that here at UFLA. So maybe you could include some discussion on that to try to cross-talk between startup from there to the here, as well from here to there, in terms of those ideas that Flavio has just given to you.
Because I think the first step to make is that research and education are very closely working together. And actually, all our students are obliged, or it's part of the program, to do half a year at least this type of research. Besides the internship and besides the internships at the companies.
I won't be here, but
but we can nicely discuss that.
Even at bachelor level, sometimes we underestimate our bachelor level, but all the students that are helping along, they are at the bachelor level.
But I can tell you that the material we finally used for the breast prosthesis, I didn't even know it, but it was one of the students who came up to us, and then together, of course, we digged into it. But they have much more open-minded, I think.
And searching.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
From our university.
Thank you.
Can we have Professor Paulo then? You can present from your side or come here. It's up to you.
Good morning to everyone. I'd like to thank you for coming here, for coming to Brazil. My name is Paulo. I am professor of the 4th department here in UFLA. So I work on wood, charcoal, cellulose, paints. And today I will talk to you about NIR technology in order to predict some properties of the biomaterials based on foresight. Next. So, this is UFLA. I'd like to welcome you here in UFLA. I hope you are enjoying your stay here with us this week. I work in the red arrow, which is the force department, in front of the Biofuels professor. And I like to introduce the NIR technology using this picture. Here in Brazil, it's very common that people mix milk and coffee every breakfast, every morning. So we are using spectroscopy technology based on our eyes. So NIR is like an extension of our eyes. So the people mix the two beverages. They combine it according to their preference by the color. So the drink changes the color and you can see the combination. NIR works in a similar way, but we can predict using NIR technology if there's sugar or not in the coffee. For instance, we cannot see with our sensor on our eyes, but we have some mental models to adjust the composition of the materials. For instance, in this case, we can ask questions like, which the chocolate is sweeter?
So Paul, can you speak a little bit louder? I got the background just for us it's okay, but just for eventually. Yeah, great.
So we can ask this question, for instance, what's the most sweet chocolate? Letter B. Okay. So based on our early experience, we can ask this kind of question. For instance, the next. Which chocolate has the highest cocoa content? Letter C. So we are using our sensor and mathematical models we developed during our life to ask this kind of question. Which chocolate contains nuts? Letter A. So NIR technology works like that. It's an extension of our eyes. But here we are working on visible region, and NIR is near infrared radiation. So here in our group we have some devices. We have two benchtops equipment and two portables equipment. Each one work in a specific range. Each range has more or less sensibility to water content and other constituents. So the portable equipment is very useful for field applications. We have this benchtop here in our group. We developed several studies based on charcoal, wood, pellets, in other biomaterials. The idea is to develop models to predict some properties. And now we are working on handheld equipments. We have two handhelds. We are starting to work with them in the field conditions or earth conditions, in the case of the wood. We received this equipment 2 months ago, so we are starting to work with this device. And one of our goals, for instance, is to classify the wood. There are many species of wood, very similar from an anatomical point of view, so it's very hard to separate the woods because they are very similar. So we can apply NIR technology to discriminate the wood. For instance, in Amazonia, there are huge residues, wastes, it's very hard to separate high density, low density. This density is good for charcoal, this density is good for another thing. So based on this technology, we can discriminate the classes of materials. In addition to discriminate the woods, we can discover some properties of these woods, like for instance, the density of the wood, the lignin content of the wood, the extractive contents. We can discover what's the clone or the age of the trees. So it's a very nice tool to characterize, to classify the woods, the biomaterials. So this is a typical spectrum. I take several spectra from the same pulp patch in several conditions during the drying. So the only thing that changed was the water content. In the spectra is very, for some regions of the spectra is very sensible to the water content. So we can develop models to identify which region changes with when other properties are changing. So we have to calibrate a model to link the variations in the properties and the variations in the spectrum. We have some tools to make some analysis. We use basically the three main tools for analysis. The first one is principal component analysis to perform some exploratory data. And then if you want to calibrate a model to predict some property, we have to use partial least square regression, multivariate regression to estimate some properties. And if you want to classify the material in groups, like high density, medium density, low density, we have to use discriminant analysis to perform the calibration. So based on these three types of tools, we can solve some problems in the forest sector. For instance, to separate woods, separate clones, identify clones, commercial clones in the forest sector, for instance, it's very hard because they are very similar. And the people has to identify which clone is that tree. So we can use this technology. If you want to predict some properties like oil content, natural durability, energetic density, and something like that. And the third approach is to classify wood, for instance, the class of charcoal quality. We can separate perfectly into classes according to their quality. So I bring you some studies, some results. The first one, we try to separate wood from native forests from planted forests. This is only a PCA, so some species are confounded in the group of eucalyptus. Okay. It's okay.
Pointer doesn't work, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, not the screen.
In the same analysis, but using discriminant analysis, we can separate the eucalyptus from native woods. So there are some eucalyptus in red. They are confounded between them. Eucalyptus type 1 or type B. So they are confounded between them, but no eucalyptus was confounded by native species. In this another study, we try to understand how the wood surface can impact the performance of the model. So we cut some woods with chainsaw and circular saw, and the surface quality is very different. This is a PCA showing the distribution of the samples of 6 important species from Amazonian forests. And this is the discriminant analysis to separate the 6 species, like Thiago showed to us. So if the wood is cut with a chainsaw is most common tool to cut trees in the field. So we can separate 97% of the trees, of the wood. We confront some samples, but we correctly classify 97% of the samples. If you use circular saw, it's less common in the field, but you can correctly classify 99%. So let's shift to the oil production. I think Guerrero shows Candeia. It's a tree that produces high quantity of essential oil, rich in alpha bisabolol. Is a very interesting compound used to produce medicaments and perfumes. So in this study, we extract wood powder from the living trees. We analyze the powder, and we try to develop models in order to estimate the oil content in the living trees. So now we have this type of model. We can extract the wood from the living trees, the standing trees, and select the trees with high potential to produce oil. So the people from breeding programs can select trees with high potential to high production and makes new varieties of trees to produce oil content. In this another study, we are interested in evaluate the mass loss after fungal attack. So the classic assay takes 16 weeks to perform the analysis and to obtain the mass loss after attack. So it takes spectra before the test. We wait 16 weeks to obtain the mass loss, and we could establish a model to predict the mass loss in few seconds. The advantage of the NIR, if you have a model, we can predict these properties in few seconds, like a thermometer. Instantaneously, we can predict the mass loss or the oil contents or the lignin contents. In this another study, we use cellulose pulp pads in different ranges of moisture to estimate the water content, the consistency of the pulp. In the factory, it's very important to know what's the water content of the pulp, because the traditional methods requires taking some samples in the oven drying. So in this case, we can do it in real time. So it's very interesting for some sectors. We take some variables as input in a neural network and develop a model to estimate the consistency, the solid content of the pulp, the amount of the water. So it works very nicely. We reach R squared 99%. In this another study is the last one. We try to develop a model to classify the quality charcoal. We take several charcoals from several producers and evaluate the charcoal in terms of fixed carbon content and develop models in order to classify the charcoal in real time. So our model presents, we can correctly classify almost 98% of the samples. So I show you some examples of studies on biomaterials we developed based on NIR technology. We have some limitations. We are trying to overcome our problems. We have to focus on real situations in field conditions, but it's a little bit hard to simulate real conditions here, but we perform some studies in laboratory conditions and try to validate it in the field or yield conditions, so, especially in forest sector. So I would like to thank you for your attention. I am able to develop new partnerships with you, and I am available for some questions. Thank you so much.
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
Thank you for the very interesting presentation. I really like this near infrared. It's actually quite comparable to the way polymer waste is divided as well, or categorized as well, sorted. Also the near infrared, we also use it to sort polymer waste, like I was talking about. And that's what my question also about. So if you use the near infrared to identify the different type of woods,
yes.
Is it just identification, or can you also apply it already as a kind of inline system to sort the different types of wood?
Yes. For instance, in the presentation of Thiago, he showed some pictures with many wastes. It's very hard to see the wastes and separate in groups. So we can use NIR to separate the types of wood and to carbonize them together.
Or automatic? Automatic.
No, but it's not automatically.
Okay.
Not still.
Is it something you're thinking about?
In the forest sector, in the cellulose pulp industry, it's very common to separate the materials, the ships, the denser ships and the lighter ships. They separate from in automatic way in the lines, but they are very advanced in the use of NIR in the forest sector, in the industry. But in Amazonia, it's very hard to apply this type of technology.
Drones, for instance, to identify certain diseases in plants. So use NIR in drones.
Sorry, I didn't understand. Sorry.
They use a drone and they have a near infrared in it, and then they go over just over the surface of an agricultural, and then they can see whether there are certain diseases.
Yeah, we have standards, so it's my field. So we can dissect. So for instance, in Netherlands, that's the Dutch elm disease. It's it's a widespread disease, and there's a biocontrol strategy that has been deployed by the Dutch government. So you can detect the plant if it's infected or not by near. Also, the same standard, so you can tell if the plant is infected or not. So and so you can apply the biocontrol strategy in those.
Can you also use it in solution, because we want to use it for let's say monitoring in a reaction, and if things go wrong, then we can have an automatic that you can adjust your feed, your reactant ratio, or you adjust your temperature, things like that. But I know that these expensive machines can do that. Of course, if we develop something, if we want to optimize the reaction, we don't want to have a setup with an expensive machine. Can you also do that with the handheld? Can you also do solutions then?
Here we are working on a project like that. Yeah. We have seedlings from eucalyptus plantations, and there's some seedlings infected by virus or bacteria, like housestone, etc. So we develop models. They can identify if the virus. No, we cannot identify the presence or absence of the virus or bacteria, but we can monitor the tissue, the variation caused by the organism. So we are developing on this type of solution.
But it's more handheld, so it's or you have an automated system for wood or for any other purpose.
We are developing model with our handheld equipment. Each plant needs to be scanned. But I think in the future, we have the suppliers have the system, the cameras with near infrared. They can do it, but here we can also
make use and also of artificial intelligence to
yes.
learn the machine.
Yes.
Nice.
Very nice.
Okay, thank you so much.
Interesting to connect with the AI project, automatically sorting something.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry. So we have what now that it's bioinformatics and prediction of products. So we have Professor Shaofun, Professor Miao. So Professor Shaofun first. How about that?
I thought that would be lady first, but
I thought you need to lead, so it's ladies first, but he needs to
No
lead.
worries.
So
We're here to learn.
okay.
It's good. We're here to learn.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that already? Yeah.
So he's our former Director of International Affairs. Okay, so
So good morning, bom dia. Goedemorgen meneer, goedemorgen mevrouw. Thanks for being here. I'm going to change from Dutch to English. So you see that I had a time in the Netherlands, in the Wageningen. So, but my Dutch is, I forgot a lot of words in that. Let's change to English. So thanks for being here. It's a pleasure to present to you something that Professor Flavio indicated to me to bring to you in terms of what I have been doing in my lab in terms of the bioinformatics. So the title that he gave to me was something like quite a general one. So I will be quite straightforward what we have been doing there. So feel free to take questions in the end or during the presentation, okay? So when we think about the titles from genome-wide surveys to new discoveries in plants, I'll show you two case studies that we did using the data that we collected during the time that we had studied the crops that we do in the lab. So let me introduce myself. So I am an agronomist. So I had my time here in UFLA in 1996, and in 2004 I had my PhD in Wageningen, when I had my, let's say, nostalgic time when I think about Wageningen, because I had my oldest son, he was born there, and a very nice experience that I had there. So it's something that it's unforgettable when you have a time. For those who did not have the chance to be there, go there.
Did you do your PhD in the PRI?
Yes, I started there, then I moved.
With Roland de Haan.
With?
Roland de Haan.
Actually, with Herco Nungeland, I have. And my promoter was Martin Korniff.
Yes, we might have lunch in the canteen at that time.
Really?
Yeah, might have met each other.
Ah, could be. See? So the
Small
world is really small.
I was in the team of Roland de Haan.
Yeah,
but we
could
had
be.
our lunch together.
Ah, could be, yeah. So then I came back in 2004 when I had a postdoctorate here at UFLA. Then in 2006 I became professor at the biology department. I started as associate professor. Then from 2010 until 2023 I was the director for international affairs. Then to 24 I became a full professor, and since May I have been on a duty to, as a task to, let's say, to supervise, to be the director for scientific and technological part here at UFLA. So I'm not here to tell about myself, so I'm here to tell things about what we do in the lab. It's not changing. Vinicius. Oh, yeah, okay, it's working. So when we think, for those that are not familiar with bioinformatics, so when we think about this topic, it's quite a general one. I used to say that we can do it a lot of things in terms of using data to try to understand a trait. And you can use those data from biology and integrating with computer science in terms of having an information technology that can provide you what you are looking at. I mean, in terms of analyzing, interpret, and having a kind of solution for the biological data that you have. You cannot only you cannot only think about biological data, you can also use what kind of a sort of data that you have in hands, really to try to understand what you have. But you have first to have your question. So based on your question, you can do it whatever you want in terms of using biology, computer science, and information technology. So moving forward, Vinicius. Yeah. When we think about what you can do in terms of the population in the world, we all know that we have this increase in terms of people living in this world. So we are reaching by 2100, we are reaching about 9 to 10 billion people here. And we must provide those people that are living here food, and food in terms of sustainable food. And then we can think about the food security, which is a very important topic. And just by the chance here, we have a very good collaboration in terms of CAPS. Maybe you are aware about CAPS, which is a foundation that's associated with our Ministry of Education, where we have a very interesting program there, or project, that we work on in terms of food security that covers everything. I'm not only talking about, when we think about security, we're thinking about sustainability as well. So therefore, we can use in terms of bioinformatics to try to provide food in terms of food security. We also have to think and consider that in terms of sustainability, we have to produce food in terms of sustainable agriculture. We have to use all the sources and resources that we have to do that. And in the end, we have to think about conservation, mainly in terms of biodiversity. There is a very strong discussion in terms of increasing the area of production. Therefore, we have to be more sustainable and more, I would say, intelligent to use the lands that we have and to avoid all the deforestation that we have in the world. Therefore, if we can use data to help us in that, it's a kind of wise solution that we can do it. So with that, I bring you significant challenges that we have in terms of thinking about this food production. The first one is that we have to deal with the climate change. We know that climate it's another discussion that we can have, but anyway, so we have to think about that to cope with this. Either you believe or not, but we have some change in terms of the climate, and we have to cope with that as well. Another point, we have to think about high yield. So we have to consider that if we think about the previous slide that we had, so food production for those 10 billion people living in the world. So we have to really increase this yield. Moreover, we have to think about the emerging plant disease. Perhaps Flavio has told you about that, and if not, he can tell you that we are facing a lot of those disease, not only disease, but let's say stresses, either biotic or abiotic ones that we have to cope with them. And they are emerging, and you can also cope with these, or you can, let's say, think about that the link between climate change plus the emerging plant disease are something that we have to deal with that. And we have to think about the stress resistance or stress tolerance that we have to do as well. So if we take all those challenges that we have right now, we have to think that bioinformatics can provide us not a solution, but a support to understand or to cope with those things that we have. And therefore, we can do it in terms of climate change. We can think about a crop that is tolerant to something that, just an example, something that we work with, kind of drought. So we have to deal with drought. We have to deal with water stress that we have. So therefore, bioinformatics can provide you, can help you on that. As well as to thinking about disease, plant disease, in terms of what about a new, not a new disease, but a new vector that can, how this new vector, how this disease is coupling with the plant. Can we understand about this interaction? Can we better understand about this interaction, as well as to produce more food, as well as to plants that are more tolerant or resistant to the stress that we are facing right now. So moving to the next one, so when we look at what we can do it in terms of using the data that has been provided, let's think that with the new generation of sequencers that we have in the world, we have tons of data that we can work with.
One point would be like the genome sequencing. We have a lot of genome that had been sequenced all over the world, and sequencing today is much cheaper than 10 years ago, 20 years ago when we started our PhD. So it's something that we can do it. So we can analyze, we can go deep in those plant genomes, understand more about how they are really evaluating, let's say that way. Another point is regarding gene expression analysis, that we can do it a lot. So we can understand about how the genes are, let's say, being interfered by what we have been facing in the world. So therefore we can identify different genes that can be used for breeding programs in terms of being activated or suppressed in terms of conditions that we are facing. In addition to that, we can also go to metabolite identification, something that I will provide you an example that we did here quite recently. So in terms of understanding the process, so we can go deep on that process and check what are the genes in terms of the metabolic way that they are, and therefore we can even think about new products, as you mentioned something about pharmaceutical ways of working. So we can also use it, the bioinformatics, to think about crop breeding in terms of helping breeders to focus on certain traits that are more important in terms of improving yield, resilience, and as well as sustainability, as we said. So that's why I think it's, when you cope with the data, you can do it whatever you think. That's why I mentioned to you in the beginning that it's important to have this question in the beginning, really to drive your interest to those points that we can do it. Moreover, we can also go to the pathogen resistant, as I'm going to say that Flavio and I, we had a paper on that. I will provide an example on this as well. So we look for, to identify the genes that confer some resistant to disease, specific disease. So we can use that data to help you before you go really to the field. And the last but not least, to go on precision agriculture. So if you know how the system works, you can precisely do things in terms of improving. Let's say, let's give a very good example in terms of gene editing. So you can go specifically to a point and provide some specific traits to that crop, and then you cannot interfere in others, such as we had to do it previously. So in terms of that, so we can really do it a lot of things using the bioinformatics. So those are the crops that mainly we work in our group. So we work on coffee, specifically thinking about the flowering abnormalities, as well as to control the flowering time. So the synchronization of fruit development and fruit quality. Those are the main topics that we work in terms of coffee. So, but to deal with that, we have to use all the possibilities that we have in terms of, just to give an example, it's quite common to really to look for a drought period, really to provide a synchronization in terms of the flowering time. But why we can do it that? So why do we need to understand this in terms of the fruit, the flowering time? Because you can try to check for certain genes, specific genes that are controlling that in terms of the drought plus the water point. Moreover, when we think about the other crop, we do work on sugar cane, controlling the flowering time as well as the pithing. For those who are not familiar with this term, pithing is the time, by the time that we have the drought here, the stalk loses water, and then the sugar stays stuck in the stalk, and therefore you cannot really extract that sugar when you are processing the stalk. So it's called pithing, because we have here, I won't say the word in English because there's no word for that. So it's a kind of very light material. It's I forgot the name. In Portuguese we call isopor. So therefore, I can show,
polystyrene.
Polystyrene. So this,
expanded.
Expanded
polystyrene.
Polystyrene.
Yes.
So
Foam.
Foam, exactly. It seems like a foam. So therefore here they name like isoporization, but that's not the name, so it's really pithy. That's quite important. So we are trying to look for some genes that are really controlling that in terms of the drought plus the water combination. In addition to those two crops here, since let's say 5 years ago, we have started work on hop, which is quite important not only for Netherlands and Belgium, also for Brazil. We have a lot of brewers, local brewers here in Brazil that they are really expanding the production. And then we decided to understand more about the control of the flowering time and quality. It's really important in terms of the hop. So we use the corn really to produce the beer. So we are trying to cope with something like regarding the introduction of a certain cultivars to Brazil. So they just introduced it here. And then we want to understand more about this technological time here in Brazil to provide new solutions for the brewers here in terms of improving the quality. And we also have been doing a lot of research using bioinformatics in terms of tomatoes and anthocyanin biosynthesis here to provide vitamin A, B, vitamin A, and other metabolites using a tomato as not only as a model here, but really as a crop in terms of providing new solution. And much other crops that we have been working using bioinformatics, such as the example that I had a paper together with Flavio in terms of soybean, that we try to understand more about the interaction between the pathogen and the soybean that he was working on. Anyway, those are the main crops that we work. We use a lot of model plants in the lab using the facility that we have in terms of the data that's provided by the work. So moving forward to give you the two case studies that we had. So the first one is quite interesting. It was something that we could identify using bioinformatics. We could identify a very important precursor of the dopamine, which is a very important compound for those who have disease, a very important disease here, Parkinson's disease. So it's quite well used for that. And therefore, we use some of the data that we we built, in terms of the metabolic pathway. So what we basically did, so we started using the RNA-seq that we built on coffee. And remember that coffee is a very important crop that has been told by other professors here, other colleagues here. And then we were thinking about apart the beans. So can we look for some new metabolite that has or that is present in the coffee that has not been seen previously? Therefore, what we did, so we used some in silico techniques. Again, we used the bioinformatics. We have the RNA-seq. We compared to the genome. We did a lot of analysis using the KEGG database. And then in the end, we could predict it, more than 30 metabolites that were present in the coffee. I'm going to say that we use leaves as an example, but you could see that they were present in a lot of parts of the coffee. Then we saw more than 30 metabolites, important metabolites that they were not described being present in coffee. That was the first time. And therefore, for this paper, to prove the concept, what we did, we went to the L-DOPA, as I said to you. It's a very important compound, a precursor of the dopamine that has been used to combat the Parkinson's disease. And therefore, we checked it to see whether our algorithm was really good and robust, really to predict and really to be quite right about what we were providing in terms of the bioinformatic analysis. Then in the end, we could really provide, and we went for to detect on the leaves, in the leaves, the L-DOPA was really present. So basically using some HPLC and SNS. Then in the end, so as a conclusion, we could see that coffee has the L-DOPA, so that can be used. And in terms of what you are saying that, because we are not saying that drinking coffee can provide you the L-DOPA. So what we are thinking is, although we could see that L-DOPA is present on the fruits as well, but the idea is that to use, let's say, the leftover of is not being used from coffee. I mean, leaves when they are harvesting the coffee, so they don't use the leaves. So we can also extract it. The point is now we are working quite hard. Professor Ishani and other professors from the chemistry department are working together with us that we want really to improve the extraction of the L-DOPA from the leaves and other tissues really to try to go from a pharmaceutical medical point of view. So
has there been a record of artisan practice of the parts of coffee other than the fruit?
yes, so they use a lot for the leaves, and they use for other purposes, not for medical extracts.
But people, like local people from 100 years ago, they used the leaves for
The leaves
tea.
for tea, exactly.
Yes.
So when we published that paper, a lot of people came to us asking whether the tea that could be made by the leaves could solve the problem of the Parkinson's disease. Then we said, calm down, so slow down, we need to do a lot of things. So the idea here is, but you are right, so if I'm not wrong right now, so in Peru they use for other purposes rather than for the Parkinson's disease. But it's true, so they use quite a lot.
Like
it's really native people from
malaria
and other things, yes.
Yeah.
But as I mentioned to you, that was the first time that we could show that coffee has a lot of new compounds, let's say like that. And as I mentioned that, so those of additional compounds of medicinal importance can be verified to be natural coffee products using bioinformatics. As I mentioned, so we went first to analyze the data before going to the lab. So the wet lab was done before. So this is the first case example, and another one which we did a lot of bioinformatics study. So coming back to the main point that is the research line of my group, so we are interested to understand more about this asynchronously flowering time in coffee. So we did a lot of analysis, and then we could see that this point that we saw, you see on this, on the left, you see the stage is S0, S1 is a comparison where we could compare different small molecules that are controlling this changing of the coffee flower to be reproducible. I mean, so we saw a lot of small RNAs that were not described previously. So therefore, we are really stepping forward in terms of having a new way of controlling this asynchronously flowering time coffee. Therefore, if you have that, you can go for a fruit set at the same time, and the maturation will be much better rather than at the point that we have right now. So we could identify a lot of those small RNAs. I'm not going to in detail of those, but we provide a lot of information here that was only possible due to the bioinformatics techniques that we use it. With that, I would like to go to the point that nothing has been done alone here. So we did a lot of collaboration in terms of public institutions. I would like to highlight that. So we did a lot of things in terms of national and international collaboration of public and private and people that are really doing that. We did a lot of things here within our university as well as in Donald Danforth Center in US. We did a lot of things with another university here in Brazil, Universidade Federal de Uberlândia, Federal University of Uberlândia. We are doing, and we did something together with the identified new the microarrays that are controlling floral abnormalities with the Universidade de Lisboa in Portugal. And we did a lot of things in the beginning with some data that was provided by the University of California, where we got the genome sequence, the genome data that they had there, and then our duty here was to provide new information about the small RNAs, the microRNAs that were controlling a lot of traits on coffee. Regarding the private companies here, I have been doing a lot of things with different companies here. Suntory, which is a Japanese company, we have been doing quite a lot of things there in terms of a coffee beverage that are quite interesting on that. We have been doing a lot of things using bioinformatical data there. We also did a lot of things with BASF in terms of the sugar cane, so they are quite interesting in terms of controlling the floral transition in sugar cane to avoid the pith, as I mentioned to you, as well as to try to understand more about the genes that are controlling the flowering time, because that you will really thinking about keeping the sugar in the stalk. And as well as the AgroFresh, which is a Brazilian, it's an international company here. I'm not sure about which link they have with other companies here, but anyway, so they were interested in terms of using the data that we provide to go for this flowering time. Of course, that as I mentioned, institutions, either public and private, but I would like to tell you or to give you some examples of people that we have been working with. Blake Myers, in terms of microRNAs, José Conchichon Ramalho, in terms of the flower abdominalis, Wagner Benedicto, who is a friend of mine. He also had a time in Vine. We were at the same time, maybe he was one of the, we had lunch together. He works on anthocyanin in tomato. We also have Stephen de Volta. Maybe you will recognize his name. He's a Dutch guy. Yes, and he's a Dutch. Now he's in Mexico. He got married with a Mexican girl by the time that she was there in the Netherlands. Then he's now in, I forgot the, Sinesvat in Mexico. He has a lab there. He's the head of the lab there. He's a professor there right now. And the last one, but not least, but you recognize him, Flávio Medeiros, when we did a lot of things in the soybean. So he provided the data, then my lab we analyzed a lot of those RNA seed that he provided in terms of the specific trait that he was looking at. So I would like to end with some, let's say, information to keep you thinking about what can be done in terms of the bioinformatics, in terms of using the biological data. So we cannot only, let's say, stuck in terms of the humans. We have to use what the technologies bring us in terms of faster breakthroughs. So we have to use AI to help us to analyze those data. And we have been doing that with some collaboration that we have with those people here. So it's quite interesting because we have a lot of challenges in terms of the amount of data that we have right now. So it's really, really different. If you take the, just as an example, so in terms of the genomes that have been sequenced, so there is an exponential result in terms of the curve that we have. So we have a lot of data. So we have to cope with all the technologies, all the help that we have in terms of to analyze the data. But again, so we have to really be straightforward in terms of what we want with the question that we start, or the hypothesis that we start, really to go in terms of to have faster breakthroughs in terms of providing solution to the work in terms of, as I mentioned, food mainly. But we can do a lot of things in terms of to support people in terms of the needs that they have. And to end up, yesterday I was reading online newspaper, and it popped up to me that information that people are doing a lot in terms of what can be done with the DNA. So our basically, let's say, a molecule that we use quite a lot. And this group, in terms of, there's a Chinese American, and I think there's a French person here, not by the names, by the institution that they did here. So they could use the DNA to provide in terms of some information. So they are using DNA to keep the data that has been provided. If you think about what we have in terms of the amount of data, where we are going to storage that. And therefore they provide this new solution stating that DNA can be a solution to store information, more than what we have in terms of the biology, but more rather than really in terms of the data that has been provided by the work. So what they did that, so they just used in terms of the methylation, so they methylated one specific nucleotide and the other one was not. So in terms of providing the 0 and 1 byte, so 0, 1, and with that they could give the information or to store the information, and they could rescue that information that was stored in the DNA, and with that they could imprint a panda plus a tiger with that information, a Chinese tiger that was stored in the DNA. So with that is just to show you that what we are facing in the world now, and if you think about 10 years ago, it would be something impossible. They have been trying to store the information in the DNA, but they could not really get out of them. And with this new technology of methylating one specific nucleotide and the other one not, so they could do this 0, 1, providing the information that was needed to get a colorful picture of a panda. That's important to mention. With that, I would like to point my group, which is the group right now. So a lot of people have been doing. On the left side of you see Gabriel. He's wearing sunglasses there. So he's one of the guys that work on the bioinformatics, as well as Victor next to him. And the other one is on the other side is Robert, who also does a lot of things on the bioinformatics. He works on hops, Gabriel on coffee, and Victor on sugarcane. So with that, thank you very much for being here. So I forgot to state in Dutch there. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have questions, I'm available to answer them. Thank you. Just get out of water.
Sure.
Are you still working with Wagner now? Because nowadays all these work are now largely relying on Kijin.
Kijin, yes.
Yeah, the CEO is Roland is now the CEO.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you still collaborating with them?
Actually, I had a chance to co-supervise my student here during her master, and then she went to Belgium to take her PhD there, and then afterwards he had a time in KG. So and now he's at Syngenta, and then But I'm telling you because for all the Brazilians when they go abroad and they have a scholarship, they must return to Brazil after they finish. And then what happened with her was that she asked the permission from CNPq to stay as a postdoc at KG. Then they allowed her to be there, and now she has something that she had to compensate by the time that she was there. What I'm telling you that because now she's trying to make this connection between us here and KG.
Yes, yes.
So because she had a time there.
Yeah, and so you are talking about the sandwich PhD, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we are also
actually she had a full PhD there, but you can also do it in terms of sandwich.
But you have to come back, otherwise you have to pay the government.
Exactly. And then the way that she's paying now, let's say, is providing a 4-year project in terms of starting new collaboration. Use the time that she was there really to open doors for Brazilians here. So I just gave you an example that she's trying to help us to be connected with the KG.
And for the sequencing, do you do it here with your own facility?
No, we don't have a sequencing facility here. So the idea is that with this new center that Flávio showed you in the beginning, we want to have a sequence here that can allow us to provide more and more data.
Yes,
although sequence today is quite cheap.
Cheap and simple. That we might be able to collaborate, because we teach our students how to sequence, even with the Minarium, the low-rate sequencers, which are portable and easy, go away with the fields. That we can collaborate.
Very nice. And I would like to apologize that I was teaching when you were starting here, and I won't be here in the afternoon, so my apologies for that. But as I mentioned, so Flávio can try to discuss with you the possibilities, because we have been talking a lot in terms of either my research line as well as the possibilities of having some collaboration in terms of having some point of the technological part that we have here. Are you going to visit that one?
What?
Are you going to visit the tech park? At least to just pass.
I think it will be really short. We only have 3
just
visits.
To
Just to have an overview.
Yeah, an
but
overview.
We can pass by there.
Pass by. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
I have a question
Yeah,
about
please.
the polyphenols, things like that. As Jan mentioned, first you have nature as medicine, and then we took nature as an example to produce it chemically, but now you see that we use nature to produce it. And there's a lot of antioxidants, of course, in this beautiful cold fruits. Is there also an interest of by pharmaceutical industries or whatever, and what are the challenges then? Because in the Netherlands, you know, the pharmaceutical industry left. They do a bit of R&D, but they more or less left. But what for challenges are there? What for challenges?
Are you talking about coffee or other crops?
No, just in general.
In
because
general.
there's so much here, and if you totally call it.
So I would say that the main challenge would be the extraction. Because as I mentioned to you, we provided now the information that we have, but the first question is, What about the amount?
Yeah.
So how many tissues do we need really to extract 1 gram? We still don't know. So that I would say that it will be the main challenge really to try to solve in terms of producing new pharmaceutical molecules from crops.
Yeah.
The downstream processing, formulation, production, decoration, and stability.
Yeah.
Because if you think about the tea, let's say the tea solution, so it's really dangerous. So when they communicate with us in terms of, oh, it seems that if I just have a tea from the leaves, the coffee leaves, I'm going to be, because the message was, hello, I have seen your paper or the news because we had a kind of advertise about the paper. And then my mother has Parkinson. I would like to know if I can go directly with the leaves and have tea, and that will be helping her to
Yeah, but there are 30 compounds, probably the other 29 are toxic.
Yeah. What I mean more or less is that the L-dopa, if you produce it now, you have to introduce 2 stereochemic centers, so that's expensive. You need an expensive catalyst. So it is expensive to make it in a chemical way. If you could engineer the plant to produce more of the L-dopa.
Exactly, that's the point. That's the point. Moreover, perhaps I did not mention to you, but the point is when we think about coffee, so coffee, what we use from coffee is the beans.
Yeah.
Actually, it's really the grain, let's say, or the seed, depends on the way that you're doing. So when they harvest the tree, so all the leaves, they are on the ground, and then basically what they do, now a lot of coffee growers, they are incorporating that leaves on the soil to make, let's say, the organic matter much better. However, what we are trying to do here is that we can use the leaves that are on the dropped during the harvesting, that we can try to extract the product. So again, that was only one example of out of the 30 products that we identified by bioinformatics. So there are a lot of compounds that are there, but the point is how to extract them in a way that they are not going to be toxic. They will be really a medicinal.
And also, of course, it must be price-wise, because extraction can be
expensive.
energy consuming.
Exactly. There are a lot of At least we could prove that there is L-dopa and we can extract it in there. Now the point is that we are collaborating to improve the extraction. So to purify that, and then in the end, how much do we have? So how much do we need in terms of the leaves? So that's the big challenge that we have right now. But we are open for these things. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes. Juan?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Something that I was thinking about, maybe it's a good way to discuss with them because they connect very well applied science is already delivering the product and the solution to the end user. Although there's downstream constraints, but eventually can speed up the system because in Brazil people is very anxious about application. As Xiaofun said, I don't know if you know Xiaofun, but people is already using your knowledge of flowering also to spraying ethylene.
Yeah, I did not say.
So it's not validated yet, but since you already proposed a strategy of improving post-flowering strategy for the next season, people speed up the system without validation from science, and they're already spraying, and they're already telling everyone that it works, but without that much. How do you guys manage this process? You hold science until you have.
That's what we do here. That's why we are there.
Okay, great, excellent. So it was a good connection then.
Yeah, it's a good connection. I will quickly do this talk to introduce our institute, and since we're the only thing between lunch and the talk, I will quickly.
No, we still have a last topic, okay? A surprise topic.
Yeah. So we're not going to talk about detailed content research here, because I think it's important to first introduce our university and our institute to the Brazilian friends. Me and Qian, we come from MNext. It is a center of expertise, groups of researchers, applied researchers, to rethink the future together. What do? This is something that took us months to write down with all the correct wording. But to be sure, we do three things: material, energy, and transition. It's not material transition or energy transition, it's material, energy, and the transition. Actually, the transition is the largest problem and challenges we have now. We've heard all the myths and the wrong stories. That you publish one paper and people are already putting a mother in the base of all the coffee leaves because you thought that's the right thing. No, that's not the right thing to do. We help to make this transition from research, innovation, business, how to change the world. That's rethinking of the future. These are our team. This is not the complete team, but most of the people who show up most of the time. We have around 80 full-time people there. And then researchers, the support, the managers. And we also have around 40 to 60 teacher researchers. They do half of their time research, half of their time education. What do we do? First thing first, we want to really define the term applied research. People always say applied research is company research. You do it and find out how your market works. And that's not true. We follow the definition of a technology readiness level. Level 0 is you have a theory, there is something. Level 1 and 2 is that you get a bit of proof and publication. Level 10 is money. Actually, level 10 doesn't exist. Level 9 is money and marketing. In the middle is the most dangerous area, the valley of death. Around 95% of the inventions disappear in that part. And we are standing in front of these most dangerous and difficult tasks, and we do the transition. That's applied research. We do this in two directions. One direction, we come from the artisan practice. There are a lot of myths and stories. We remove that part and translate the practice into reproducible, industrializable subjects and protocols and help companies to grow. On the other hand, we connect with the academia. For your research of the L-DOPA, for example, how do we stabilize it, make it a production process, and make it high concentration, and do all the testing to prove how to use it, and combine that with the myth, and go to the market, and bypass, if we can't conquer, at least we bypass the gap. That's applied research. That's what we do, really down to the earth application and approaches. So we don't really, but we publish a lot, so we still publish a lot, but we always say that is a nice added value. What we want is social and economic impact and to create job positions for the young, for the future generation. That's our job. So where are we? It's really hard to say where we are and next because we have 14 different labs in all over the Netherlands. We are proud of it, but it's actually not very environmentally friendly if you have to bring one sample to another lab and it takes you a 2 hours drive. So we now have a better lab, a larger lab with concentrated facilities and researchers in Breda, in the southwest of the Netherlands, where I live as well. If you visit, we probably will bring you to Breda, and we are very good at beer and carnival. So better come in the winter time. Our carnival is really cold, so you don't really see skins, but the beer is good. So we collaborate a lot. We call that an ecosystem, like a rainforest. We have professional education. We have large companies. We have, most of them are small startups. We help them to grow. Universities, applied researchers. We do all our, we spin out, we spin up, and we work with regional partners, national partners, and international partners. there are different types of fundings for us to do our research and help the companies to grow. What do? We do material, we do energy, and we do transition. So first thing is sustainable energy technologies. We did not see that much mentioned here because historically we focused more on materials. Nowadays we do energy a lot. How to supply energy in the terms of ethanol, and this country ethanol, or we want to do hydrogen, or nuclear, or solar energy. How to store them, how to distribute, and what's the end use of it. One of the major reasons for solar energy not that widely applied is still the solar panels and the cells are not good enough, and the degradation of those panels afterwards is even a bigger pollution than burning charcoal. So that's one of the things we work on. Second part is materials and nature. Then that's how to reuse the biomass, how to produce biomass, and how to recover biomass and recover energy. Third part is a new part, but we think that is the linking point of all our research. That's about transition and value. The major question is, we made so many new products. They all are going to change the world. But why are people buying the old product still? Why is it not changing the world yet? So these are the questions we try to define and find a solution. That's the transition part. It's mainly about business, economy, and social impact study. So this is how our institute is set. We are 2 universities combined. Abans is around 35,000 students, 4,000 teachers, researchers, and support schools. So it's a relatively larger university. And we also have University of Zeeland. That's relatively smaller, around 14,000 students and half of the size. We combine our forces to work together. In Avance, we have renewable energy carriers. That's a group that designs and finds new ways to store and produce energy. We're talking about nuclear energy, we're talking about hydrogens and ammonia. Smart energy is the group that uses artificial intelligence and the business and marketing to find a way how to use electricity in a good way. Because electricity you can overproduce, you can also waste, but you can also trade in a very smart way internationally. They study this point to make energy usage and production and transition in a very smart way. It's data intensive. We also have our own lab to produce mini electricity, and then people walk inside the building and we see the trends and calculate when is the best moment to sell your electricity or when is the moment to buy. We have bio-based resources and energy, and that's where Chen is located. You work on biomass and biomass recovery, and also waste stream recovery for energy and material.
Yes.
Yes. We also work together with fermentation. That's with the wastewater. By fermentation, we produce bioplastics from the wastewater, and that works perfectly fine. We have bio-based transitions. That's the economic and business team that studies the bottlenecks, why our new inventions are not changing the world yet. And there is also circular material and nature group that bio-based building blocks and products are located in. We work on bio-additives. We use fermentation a lot. We also do genetic modification to produce, in principle, any kinds of molecules we want to produce, and preferably higher value, so we don't have to think about the scale up yet. We also work on biodegradation and recycling of plastics. We have bio-based construction. That's the because we know building materials and old buildings are the second largest waste of the world, second largest pollution of the world. The largest pollution is actually textile, the clothing. So we try to rebuild the house with bio-based materials, and they should be biodegradable, and they should be healthy, and they should be affordable, and they should be durable. That's bio-based construction, and we use AI and smart electronics to help the construction to be portable and modular. So it is a large, this group is located in Avans and in Hazet. So it is both red and blue because half of the group is in the south part of the Netherlands next to the sea. And the last part, the group of marine bio-based chemistry is next to the sea. They do everything about the sea. At this point, we are looking into the seaweed, for example, to look for new chemicals, pharmaceutical compounds, flavor, and alternative protein. The sea is the largest farm, and we try to feed people from the largest water of this globe. So that's the 7 groups we have in MNext. What we do is we try to integrate all the technologies and the thinking and the way of behavior and socio-economic impact together with education. We do research and we focus on biomass, hydrogen, energy, and sustainable technologies. That's one work we do. Second part, we work on circular materials and nature. One of the work, for example, is the colorants from the plants. We extract colorants from, that's curcuma. You probably recognize it. But curcuma has the problem if you use the color as a paint because it degrades right away and it's only yellow. So our colleagues did the chemical engineering there. So we turned curcuma into red and purple and brown and now blue. So, and they are super stable. Of course, you can't use them for medicine anymore because it would just pass you through and you get a blue toilet. But we use it as a paint and as a bio-based product, bio-based resources for new type of colorant. We also work on mycelium. We use mycelium a lot. That's the white fluffy part from the mushroom. If you use it smartly, mycelium can be used to replace most of the fibers in construction material. We do that a lot. The third part, people complain quite a lot because it looks like a used condom in the hand, but it's not. It's bioplastics. It's from the sewage wastewater, and we fermented it with bacteria, and it produced the PHA. That's the bioplastics. It's already in production scale. We also work on amino acids extraction from seaweed because in that way you get it's more expensive compounds from the waste. Nowadays you get more seaweeds than normal because of global warming. Instead of taking them and burn them, we try to use them. And the project of the cashew nut shells is from Chen, and she's using the complete waste stream of the cashew nut nut shells to use pyrolysis to produce the
pyrolysis and make the bio-based recyclable polymers.
Yeah, I think the only part we are not using is the apple part, which makes me happy. My first time in my life, I tried the cashew nut apple here. It's interesting taste. Yeah, with a lot of cachaça, it's okay. But the apple itself, I will just leave it for tomorrow. It's interesting. Yeah, we also have the transition and value creation. One of the work we do is socio-economic impact. We try to teach all people, not only the students, but also people who are already working, people who are retired, who try to find a new job about bio-based transition and about new way to think of the future. We always say it's better to educate the governors before they become a governor than convincing them now when they are president, because they would just say greenhouse effect doesn't exist. No. So Fermichem is one of the projects I'm running now. We teach people with fermentation and green chemistry. So this is our research theme, and we are trying to grow, but not unlimitedly. So anything from other universities or collaborators or even companies that fits into this pie, or even outside of the pie, and we think we can co-create value together, our doors are open. We actually don't have a door, just kind of doors. And that's more lessons. One of the most important things is we do education. We take education extremely important. So all our research projects are embedded with student activities. We have living labs with Brazil for 10 years now. We also have it with Finland. So we receive students from them, teach them everything, and we send students over. And we hope to make this more frequently and a larger way, and also to host PhD students and exchange. We have professional doctorates, so PD tracks. We also have a master. We do professional master. It's a relatively different identification than here, because here the professional master is more for people who are not working or who are already working but doing an extra study. In our place, it's called lifelong education. For us, the professional master is really a master for 2 years. It's almost the same level as the academic master, but instead of writing and publishing, our students learn to make impact and products instead of writing a paper that publishes. So that's the difference. So we link with educate. We have master, and we nowadays also have PhDs, and we are working on the PD course, professional doctorates, which is more focusing on engineering and product and project evaluation, impact making, instead of academic publishing. That's important, but we leave it to the low tier level, to the more theoretical parts, and we focus on how to use the knowledge to bypass the valley of death and to make meaningful innovation that brings new job opportunities. That's more that direction. So we have a lot of teachers that do all the work. We also have business support. At this moment, we have a very interesting idea how to do this. Normally people have a business idea. They come to us and say, can you help us to test the prototype? Or can I use your lab? Or you have a machine, you make the profile for me. That's the way it's happening now. It's more like contract research. And we do not think that can support startup good enough. So we do it the other way around. We do a research and we have patent or idea that's patentable. We think it can become a business case. So we started to study the business opportunities. We built the business model together with the students or anyone who's willing to become an entrepreneur. I would never be a CEO, although I have this amount of inventions in my shelf. What I do is we sort it out, package them, find the persons, preferably one of our students from the business school, because we do have a business school. And there we find the future CEOs, join us in the projects. I can be the CTO, we can play the technical backbone to help you. We have the network of the business building team to help the students to expand and find the markets. And the business school, the future CEO, they know how to do their job. And we form a small startup. There are a lot of little fundings to help them to survive the first 1 or 2 years. And that, we don't call that spin-off. Because spin-off means the IP is held by the university. We don't call that spin-off yet. We call that startup support or take-off. So that's a new mood we are trying, and hopefully it will really take off. So that's it. Till now we are working in different ways. We also welcome all sorts of collaboration, academic ones, the exchange of PhDs, applied research ones, how to translate your findings into meaningful products and find partners to work together with it. Or if you have artisan practice, I know a lot of ladies from the Amazon area, they have their smart ways to color their clothing from plant materials. In our places we have similar stories, and somehow the lady had to urinate during the process because they believe the pee will make the color stay, which is true because that increases the pH. But then, the whole thing smells like pee and coffee, and they said that's authentic. No, we just help them to translate the whole practice into a good protocol add this amount of pH increaser, not necessarily to be ammonia, to make it a better production. That kind of work we do as well. So that's our research in a nutshell, and also a lot of education.
Thank you.
In terms of bioinformatics, you already know we have our own sequencing and all the molecular facilities. Would be nice to exchange ideas and projects.
Yeah. Maybe when we install our new lab here that we are planning to have in terms of artificial intelligence and automation.
Yeah, that we do a lot.
Yeah, and we can integrate even more, so it would be good.
Yeah, we always tell people if you send a student over to my place, they come back with some denial, so they can sequence next day.
Yeah. Keep in touch. Thank you.
Thank you. So how much of those demands come from exclusively from the Netherlands or from other European countries or from elsewhere?
For us, most of the collaboration are from local Dutch companies because we get Dutch money, so you help the Dutch companies. But we have a lot from Belgium, France, Germany, because we are in a good England, because we are the best European. But we do hope to find a way to collaborate a bit further, like it was in
It's interesting because we are revisiting international projects that we have here at our university, and some projects take place in Africa, for instance.
Yeah.
It's called outreach, and there are private companies that sell products to them, but they are not customized to tropical agriculture, for instance. And some of those are Dutch companies.
Yeah.
And so maybe Brazil can play a role in sitting together and customizing this approach to be more effective. So a win-win approach. So we come with the knowledge and the issues that we found that that they need to be adapted to be more effective. And then it's a Dutch company anyway, but to be more broad.
Very often they're also multinationals, but they don't have in their system, let's say smaller regional companies they don't see it. So we can identify them, you can identify them and couple them to where the money is.
Yeah, exactly. So that's one of the layers we want to add on top of our team. We have research, we have education, and we want to see how much we can go for service. Yeah, because this is a sort of a research or supportive service. Yeah.
We are, in that sense, we already are a bit further developed because our center, it's called CHILL.
Oh yeah, yours is much more.
But that is co-owned by the universities, University of Applied Science, the Education Institute, regional, and the companies. So it's together. So actually everything we do in the CHILL center, we present a bit more to the society. That also helps if you have your education covered by the company or the research
Interesting. I think there's a lot that it can be done. Just by coincidence, there's a coffee producer that did a startup very close by here, and he's in Netherlands at the moment because he developed a model that's very similar to the farm to fork. So it's a fast track that can identify, but he has to create the reputation of the coffee that he produces and something that can be reproducible. So it's a nice approach. So so it's otherwise the smaller producer that never reach the
and they don't survive because all this cost during this process. Yeah, it has to be face to face, mouth to mouth. Yes. Yeah, but this we can at least think together, and we do have both of our schools. We have business partners and business school students in international business.
Yeah, but even also like national, we get still a lot of connections because in Venlo they started farming institute, which is mainly the University of the State, of course. I think also we are too small to do too much there, so there's also a lot of possibilities for
Yeah.
University of Applied Science.
Yeah, I think we can be of a lot of inspiration and test projects with students.
Thank you very much once again. Small souvenir from our university.
Thank you. Very nice.
And so, I guess we have a last presentation from our sponsor, and I'm sure there will be other opportunities for the Dutch team to present here at UFLA. Professor Schoff already mentioned that we are building an artificial intelligence system connected to an automated system so that we can think about all possibilities that we can collaborate with academia and this industry. So it's something that we can offer, hopefully for your next visit.
Yeah, and for that, distance will not be a trouble anymore. With AI, then everything is in the server. The only trouble will be the time difference. Yeah, 4 hours.
Only 4 hours.
4 hours, it's not that bad. Now in China, it's 11 hours.
Yeah.
Imagine what my mom is saying.
So we are going to have a last presentation. It's from Umberson. He's an agronomist and a scientist from Bioworld. It's a company that's supporting our meeting. And so it's a possibility also of one of the various companies that can be a partner in terms of collaboration for the futures.
And you're from Bioworld, so Biofarm is also part of the company or not?
Yes, we offer support to farms and we produce some innovative technologies, and I will show you very interesting information.
Nice.
Biofarm is also part of the group?
It's part of the group.
Part of the group.
Yeah,
Yes.
we know Biofarm.
Okay.
Yeah, in the supermarket.
Okay.
Because we have 4 companies in this group, right? So, good morning or good afternoon. Well, thank you, Professor Flavio, for the presentation. My name is Umberson. I have got my PhD degree here in UFLA, so I'm very proud to study here. And I was a student of the Professor Flavio as well. And now I am as a researcher in the Bioworld group. Let me try. Right. So this is our group, Bioworld. Then we have 4 companies. Each one specialized to do some specific activity in the area of biocontrol of plants, right? So we have the first one that is the Biomulti, the second one Biolab, Bioensino, and Biofarm. The first one is responsible to produce bioreactors and then other machines. So in this slide, you can see the last line that we produce. This is produced in carbon fiber, right? This is the last technology in Formula 1 since 90 years. Then in this case, we can use this system to sterilize the water using ozone gas. So you can reduce the contamination of water to initiate the process using water of high quality, right? In the next phases, we can use another technology. For example, we control the pH using additives. We use control the temperatures during the process. We control the quantity of oxygenation in the system to increase the multiplication of the microorganisms like bacteria and fungus. And we have specialized nutrition medium. So the second one company is responsible to do the analysis or control analysis. And in this case, we provide the support to farmers to do analyze if the inoculum is right, if there is or not contamination, because this is very important during the process in the biological control. We provide development using specifically plants in semi-arid region, because our company was born in Minas Gerais state, and in the north of our state we have a different climate in relation to south of state, right? So the temperatures is very higher, the humidity and precipitation is very low. So in this case we use plants adapted in these conditions to produce some insumes. I don't know the word exactly, but raw materials, something like that. Okay, and we produce as well inoculum. So these products is bacteria and fungus used to control plagues, basically, right? Because in agricultural, we have so many problems related to epidemics in the crops. So when you use this kind of technology, you can reduce 50% and in some cases 100% of pesticides, chemicals, right? This is our specific culture media to multiply the good fungus and bacteria. We have about 12 meses de cultura ou mais hoje? 32 culture media specialized for each one of microorganisms, right? Some of these microorganisms is used to control plagues, but another ones are used to increase the production of the plants. For example, the bacteria Bradyrhizobium and Azospirillum. This is another adjuvants used to control the pH and to stop foam during the process, because when you have a fermentation in a bioreactor, it's very common because the microorganisms use the oxygen and foam is a consequence. So you need control of this during the process, right?
We have this. We use a similar one, different brands, but it really works like wonder. You add the anti-foam, then the things can get smooth.
Yes, this is necessary.
Can I make a photo of your previous slide?
Yeah.
Tell our technician.
Take a picture.
Yes.
Buy this one.
Buy this one. I don't think I can bring a sample back, but we will check.
So we have, I don't know if this is the exact name, pós-graduação Lato Sensu, Professor Flávio. A gente pode falar graduate program as well?
Yeah, short-term graduate
studies. Yeah. We have this way to continue offer formation in biological area using these products, right? So in the same time, we offer scholarship for students in area of research. So in basically, I think we are offer until now 120 scholarship for students at the levels of undergraduate and graduate in several universities in our region, in Minas Gerais state and in other states as well, right? This is our two courses recognized by MEC. That this is the Ministry of Education of Brazil. And in the first one, we have the short graduation program in regenerative agriculture. So in this case, we teach the farms, the steps of this farm. How can you use this kind of products to control the plagues, to increase your production, and at the same time, you will reduce your cost with the productions, and the residuals in the foods is very low as well, right?
We also use the film to cover the lens.
Sorry?
The mulch film. The mulching.
Yes.
Mulch film.
Yes. In this case, we don't use this technology, but this is very important specs in strawberry, right?
Yeah, strawberry, then you put mulching,
Yes.
and then you wish that to be
Yes.
biodegradable and also release of of a fertilizer release of anti.
To be honest, we usually say about integrated manage, right, Professor Flavio? Not using just biological, but you use physical strategies.
But what you mean is that if you have a biodegradable mulch, so that if you use plastic, you have to get rid, or if you have microplastics. So do we have any biodegradable mulch instead of the plastic one?
No. Using this kind of technology?
Yeah.
No, still not.
It's a demand of.
Yeah, because you have all the nice additives, bio-based.
Yeah.
If that can be combined with the mulching, then that's direct application. And if it's biodegradable, it's actually bio-releasable.
Yeah, exactly. This is the states where we are present. Our company was established here, and then we start attending the farms in another regions, for example, in northeast of Brazil, and we start some activities in Bolivia and Paraguay, and in the next years we will give support for Argentina and in other countries in South America. Some lines of research of our company. We start some activities in bioprocess engineering. As you can see, this one was the last line of our bioreactors. The last line is using technology with carbon fiber, right? We use plants adapted in semi-arid regions to produce our raw materials, to produce, for example, adjuvants or culture medium. This is very important for us. And we have a program to prospecting microorganisms. In this case, this is very interesting because we believe that you need to use microorganisms adapted in that region, because if you are in a cold place, probably that microorganism don't work in the hot regions, right? So we go to the farms, we do the bioprospecting in a specific region, and that farmer can use that technology, produce it in our own soil, right? And this is very interesting because I talked about this technology about 1 week ago. I forgot the name. The students, a moça de Taiwan. Qual é o nome dela? Lorena, yes, exactly. I talked with Lorena in the last week about this project because she is very interested in our bioreactor. Then we are established a partnership, and she said to me that she has some microorganisms isolated. Then she needs now use this technology, bioreactors and medium. But about the microorganisms, she has this from each one region that she has interest to make the tests.
In Taiwan.
In Taiwan, exactly. Then she has plans to establish this in Nigeria and in another country as well. This is the bioprocess engineering. Basically, we are research day after day about fermentation process. How can we increase the multiplication of the bacteria and fungus, increase the active products in this fermentation process, and our machines are always in evolution. Each year, basically, we are put a new line in the I forgot the name. No mercado. In the market. Yes, thank you. We position these machines year after year.
What kind
yes.
of bioreactors do you produce?
Basically, we use fiber, O nome da fibra comum qual é, Isaac? Dos reatores de fibra?
Tem fibra de vidro e fibra vegetal.
Glass fiber and glass vegetable, and now the fiber of carbon fiber.
Fiber. So you have the transparent vessel, and you also have the stainless steel. What kind of bioreactors do you actually produce?
The system, is it aeration? How you steer the growth medium inside?
Yeah.
Is it aerated? Is there any fan system that
About aeration, right?
Yeah.
Let me
inside
let me come back
bioreactor?
here. So we have several parts in the system. So basically, we will put the water. Water will pass through biowash. Then in this part, we have the water passed by ozone gas. Then we have a system to put water inside in this part, right? Then we put our culture medium in this part, in the biomix or biomix here, okay? Then this system has a vacuum bomb that will take the medium and will put here. And then we will use the ozone gas, about 20 minutes. Then we will put the microorganisms in the same place. Then we can control the temperature. And about the oxygenation, we have the aerobio. This produces for us the oxygen. We can control the quantity of oxygen that will be introduced in the system, right?
So you design these bioreactors. You also produce them locally.
Yes, we produce that. Including we have interest to establish a relationship with UFLA. So if the Professor Flavio has interest, we can donate equipment for you.
You're talking about donation?
And at the same time, we can establish this partnership. Yes. Because in the
it's how it works in Brazil.
Yeah, because in the university where I am professor, Rural Federal at Pernambuco, when I was teaching there, Isaac, the CEO of the company, donate one equipment for us because I take it. I asked him about this possibility. Then we established a relationship, a partnership. But in this year, I took a pause in the university and come to the company and start the career now as a researcher. But this is possible, Professor Flavio, and if you have interest, we can start this conversation.
It's interesting also to show the system. It's a steering system based on air, so it's not the as effect, but it's lower cost. So if you
for larger scale and for
for larger scale.
For the larger
Exactly. Yes. Because we have a big structure to produce this in large scale. Yeah.
It's for small growers, so they can produce themselves.
Yes. Especially for in farms and for people who want to do it themselves. Fertilizers and for additives.
Yes. Basically, we produce this equipment for the farmers. We put this in the farmers, but in a low scale to universities that we have partnership.
Yeah, and this is a carbon fiber, so it's lightweight and easy maintainable, and with the parts reproducible, replaceable parts.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think this is much nicer than
Let me go ahead. So, about the plants, as I said before, we use some plants from semi-arid regions, because if you take a plant, if a good place and put in semi-arid, and if you don't use irrigation, these don't work, right? But these plants are very adapted in this condition. So we use Calotropis procera. The common name is Janaúba of this plant. Then we transform it in charcoal, and this charcoal we pass for a process. We have some machines to do that, and then we can use this as a raw material in our products, right? So this is a big problem in crops, because this is a steam, okay?
A weed, right?
Weed, sorry,
Yeah.
a weed, right? But when we use this kind of plant, we transform this in a solution for us, and in the same time we are supporting about now some tens of families, but we have a project to support about 7,000 families. Then these families, we have several projects. In this case, basically the families will pick up these plants or another kind of plants in this region, and we will buy all this production. And for us, this is very interesting, but to these families that are in general poor families, right? We will give a support in this case. This is an initiative, basically a social program, right? We use another technology because we believe that the solutions for the semi-arid regions are in the semi-arid. So we use Palma or Apuntia ficus indica, the scientific name. We use microphytes in tanks to transform this in protein. We use algae to produce some hormones, right? And we use as well some insects to produce protein of low cost for us. This is very interesting. So this is very nice because we have some programs with Nigeria country. I am giving Portuguese lessons for some people. Then in January, in the next year, to about 5 people, 5 pessoas, né, Isaac, in janeiro? 5 people will come to Brazil to receive a training for us, because in our region, very hot, low quantity of precipitation. We believe that we can give a support for countries, poor countries in Africa. So 5 to 5 will come here to Brazil to stay about 6 months, and we will give a training to these persons. Then from the next year, we go to Nigeria as well to give a support, right? And India from June 2025. About the bioprospecting of microorganisms, we know that this is very interesting, and we do the isolation of microorganisms like bacteria, fungus in general, from leaves, fruits, roots, and we start the students about the potential of these microorganisms. Then we start the part of bioformulations. We have partnerships with some universities. Unimons was the university when I got my undergraduate in agronomist, Isaac as well. And we have a collaboration with University Federal Rural de Pernambuco, where I am professor, but I took a break for a while, right? We have collaborate with UFMG, located in Janaúba as well, Universidade Federal de Sergipe, in northeast of Brazil, and Univas in Pernambuco State, northeast of Brazil. This is one social program we are establishing in our region. The name is Productive Backyards. What is the motivate to do that? We offer for families, poor families, a structure to produce, to get, how can I say, Professor Fábio, captar água?
Collect water.
To collect water produced in the homes, right? So in this region, the precipitation is less than 800 millimeters. So this is per year, so that's very low. We collect this water, we pass this water by a process, a treatment. We produce the equipment as well. The name is Biowater, the system. Then there is several membranes where the water passes through these membranes. Then this water is used to irrigate plants, plants like mangoes and other plants like trees, right? Then our company can guarantee to buy all the production of these fruits. In this project, we are provided the chicken as well to produce eggs for us, because we need this raw material to produce our products. Okay. This is our regenerative agriculture research center. So this is in our farm. The system.
Sorry, where is it located?
Janaúba, in north of Minas Gerais. You can visit our farm.
How many kilometers from here?
800 kilometers.
Oh, okay. We can drive there.
But
Next time, yeah, it's all the pumps.
So
10 hours from here, right?
All the homes.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. So you can take a plane to go there in Montes Claros.
Yes.
So you can visit us, right? This is in our farm. We have some plants like vineyard. Vineyards to do some research. We have plants adapted in semi-arid conditions, like aloe vera. We have tanks to fishes, right? Including we got como é que eu posso falar? Prêmio?
An award.
An award, because we developed a technology when we reduce the feed in 50%, and the fishes can increase the weight in the same time. Tilapia, in this case. Yeah. And we published this technology in a paper as well. I don't remember the name right now, but we did that. What is the name? Qual é o nome? Agricultura. This is the most important journal in this area.
Foi apresentado em Milão, agora na Itália, quando nós ganhamos um prêmio internacional.
Yes, we received this
Award in Milan.
exactly. Thank you. Yeah.
This is a very
Yeah.
large.
So I forgot to say the most part is banana, because in our region the main culture, main crop is banana, right? In Brazil, probably the north of Minas Gerais and Santa Catarina is the most important regions to produce bananas, right? So, as I said before, you can visit us. We are very interested to establish partnerships with UFLA, with and other agencies or organizations. This is our website. You can visit us by this QR coding, right? And there you will find our email and telephone number as well. For more information, just visit us. Thank you, Professor Fabio, for the opportunity to collaborate with this event. We are very proud to sponsor, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
A senior researcher just saying what's up. For scaling up, we go to Brazil.
Yes.
So a small souvenir, since you come from far away, I mentioned almost another country.
Most definitely.
Thank you so much.
Yes, that's in France.
Yes, thank you so much.
So thank you very much for the moment. We are going to wrap up the section then. We go for lunch, a Dutch lunch.
Check us. Yeah.
And so, and we go for the visits. We have the first visit scheduled for 1. one. We go for so we welcome everyone. We thank again everyone for being till now. And if you want to join us for the visit from 1 onwards, we have 3 visits scheduled as we have in the program. And then at 4, at the chemistry, we are going to sit together to think about the ways we can be fruitful with the collaborations, all the ideas and everything that you saw.
Maybe I can add to your thank you. We have a very small present from the Netherlands to share with all of you. I guess you're quite familiar with this. Stroopwafel, yes. So it's a cookie from our region, and the best way to eat is that you put it on top of your coffee, because there's caramel or your tea. There's caramel inside, and then it becomes a bit soft.
No, that's not a waring way.
Thank you. You're from the same farm.
Thank you so much.
For next time. So we also have so many other colleagues, but I think we should make a first step. So yes, make a plan. But we record everything, we're going to share with colleagues it can be expanded.
Yeah, because we are already working with other Brazilian universities because we show examples.
And we can make connections, like commercial connection. We already have a connection going to software connections. And so it can strengthen those
Just you said chemistry department, but I guess it's at the engineering department.
The last one.
The last one, engineering department. Engenharia mesmo, o teatro deles lá. Aí 4 horas vai ter café e a gente vai conversar de colaboração. É interessante esse modelo aí, porque tem a linha estreita aí com tem mais dois, mas aí acabou tem dia 6 de fevereiro vai ter uma delegação também da universidade.
Eu quero.
Não, obrigadão, viu? Esqueci até de agradecer aí os meninos aí que não agradecem. Beleza, obrigado. Cara, muito potencial, né?